Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening by the gentle glow of our cozy fireplace. As the flames dance softly, we hope you've relished the beauty of this spring day. We're truly grateful you've chosen to spend your evening here with us. Let the soothing sounds of our story guide you into relaxation, and may it be a peaceful prelude to a wonderful start to your day ahead. Story 1. Story 2. Story 3. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient pines and oaks, there existed a forest that never truly slept. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and deep blue, the nocturnal world began to stir. This was a realm where magic was as real as the moss covering the stones, and the very air hummed with quiet ancient songs. Our story begins on such an evening, with a young, curious hedgehog named Pippin. He was small, with eyes like polished jet beads, and a heart full of questions. Unlike his siblings, who were content to snuffle for beetles in the damp earth, Pippin felt a pull toward the deeper parts of the forest, where the trees grew so close together their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. On this particular night, a soft, persistent worry had settled in Pippin's chest. The air was growing colder, the days shorter. The vibrant greens of the forest were slowly giving way to gold and crimson. While the other creatures busily gathered stores for the coming winter, Pippin felt a strange sadness. He did not understand the purpose of this fading, this quiet retreat. It felt like an ending, and the thought of it made his little heart feel heavy. Guided by a trail of luminous blue-green moss that glowed faintly along the forest floor, Pippin ventured further than he ever had before. The bioluminescent fungi pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, as if breathing in time with the forest itself. His path was accompanied by the gentle ASMR symphony of the night, the soft patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning to kiss the broad leaves above, the soothing shh of the wind weaving through the pine needles, and the distant, cheerful gurgle of a stream talking to the stones in its bed. He soon arrived at a starlit clearing, a perfect circle where the moonbeams fell unimpeded, illuminating a small, crystal-clear pool. At the center of this pool stood a single, majestic willow tree, its long, slender branches trailing in the water like silver hair. This was the sentinel willow, and in its highest boughs lived elder hemlock, a great horned owl whose feathers were the color of weathered bark and whose eyes held the soft, knowing light of 1,000 moons. "Your footsteps speak of a heavy heart, little one," a voice murmured, not in Pippin's ears, but directly into his mind. It was a voice like the rustle of dry leaves, gentle and deep. Pippin looked up, his quills trembling slightly. "Elder hemlock, I don't understand the fading. The leaves are falling, the flowers are sleeping. Everything is preparing to hide away. It feels like the forest is forgetting how to be vibrant and alive." Elder hemlock shifted on his perch, his great wings rustling softly. "Come closer, Pippin. Sit by the water and listen." Pippin did as he was told, settling on a smooth, moss-covered stone at the water's edge. The rain had softened to a mist, and each tiny droplet that landed on the pool's surface created a perfect, expanding ring of silver. "The forest is not forgetting," the owl's voice whispered in his mind. "It is remembering, it is speaking the oldest language of all, the language of cycles. Listen now, not with your ears, but with your spirit." Pippin closed his eyes and tried to still the worry in his chest. At first, he heard only the familiar sounds. But then something shifted. The babbling of the stream began to form words, gentle and repetitive like a lullaby. "Rest now, dream deep, secrets keep. Rest now, dream deep, promises keep." He placed a small paw on the trunk of the sentinel willow. A vibration traveled up his leg, a low, resonant hum. It was a story, a memory of seasons past, of the fierce energy of spring, the abundant warmth of summer, and now the gentle, grateful sigh of autumn. The tree was not sad, it was content. It was sharing its wisdom of letting go. A firefly, its light a steady, golden pulse, landed on Pippin's nose. Do not mourn the green, it seemed to buzz. For in the dark we learn to shine. As if on cue, the clearing began to transform. The bioluminescent mosses brightened, casting an ethereal blue glow. The fungi on the trees pulsed more brightly, and thousands of fireflies rose from the ferns, their lights dancing like scattered stars come down to earth. The starlit clearing was now a canvas of living light, more breathtaking and magical than the brightest summer day. You see, Pippin, Elder Hemlock's voice came again, filled with warmth. The magic of the sun is bold and bright. It asks the flowers to open and the bees to dance. But the magic of the moon in the seasons of rest is subtle and deep. It is the magic of roots growing strong in the silent earth. It is the magic of seeds sleeping in their dark cradles, dreaming of what they will become. This fading you see is not an end. It is a deep, nourishing breath. A wise old fox, her coat the color of autumn rust, emerged from the ferns and sat beside Pippin. She did not speak, but her presence was a comfort. She pointed a delicate nose towards a patch of dark, rich soil, where a single, glossy chestnut lay half-buried. That one holds a great secret, the fox's thoughts gently brushed against Pippin's mind. It feels the cold and the dark, and it does not fight it. It settles in. It accepts the blanket of leaf and soil, and in that quiet, patient acceptance, it gathers the strength to become a giant. Pippin looked around the glowing clearing, at the whispering stream, the memory-holding stones, and the patiently sleeping chestnut. His heavy feeling began to lift, replaced by a sense of awe. The forest was not dying, it was transitioning. It was engaging in a sacred act of renewal. The vibrant energy was simply pulling inward, consolidating, preparing for a magnificent return. The gentle rainfall returned, a soft percussion on the leaves above, and the wind sighed a hymn of comfort through the sentinel willow's branches. The combined sounds were a natural lullaby, soothing every anxious thought. We all have seasons within us, little hedgehog, Elder Hemlock said, his form silhouetted against the moon. Times of great bloom and activity and times of quiet retreat, both are necessary, both are beautiful. Do not fear the quiet, the dark, the rest, for it is in these times that the most important growth occurs, the growth you cannot see. Pippin understood now. The wisdom of the nocturnal creatures, the secret language of the trees and streams and stones, it all spoke of the same truth. The cycle of rest and renewal was not something to be endured, but to be honored. It was a time for stories, for starlight, for the gentle glow of inner light. He thanked Elder Hemlock, the fox, and the fireflies, his heart now light and full. As he made his way back home, the forest seemed to bless his journey. The glowing moss illuminated his path, the stream whispered encouragement, and the stones felt warm and supportive beneath his paws. When he finally reached his cozy burrow under the roots of a friendly oak, the worry was completely gone. He curled into a tight ball, listening to the peaceful rhythm of the night. The rain pattered a gentle good night, the wind hums a soft melody, and he knew deep in his soul that the forest was not sleeping. It was dreaming, and its dreams were of spring. Story 5. Story 6. Story 6. Story 7. Story 7. Story 8. Story 8. Story 9. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy, and the stars dusted the forest floor with their faint, glittering light, there existed a world that only awoke when the sun had tucked itself away. This was the domain of the night-blooming jasmine, whose fragrance hung in the air like a sweet secret, and of the moss-covered stones that remembered the footsteps of centuries. On this particular evening, a little hedgehog, his spines tipped with droplets of dew that caught the moonlight like tiny pearls, was feeling a deep and unfamiliar restlessness. His name was Pippin, and though his burrow was soft with dried ferns and thistledown, sleep would not come. A worry had nested in his heart, a fear that the gentle, constant rhythm of the forest was changing, that the familiar comforts were fading. Driven from his cozy home, he trundled along a path paved with luminous blue-green moss that glowed with a soft, internal light. Fireflies like living embers drifted lazily, blinking their silent code. The air was filled with a symphony of gentle sounds, the soft patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning to kiss the broad leaves overhead, the soothing shhhhh of the wind combing through the pine needles, and the distant, constant gurgle-babble of the storytelling stream. Pippin's journey led him to a starlit clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches arching overhead like the vault of a great, natural cathedral. In the center stood an ancient oak, so old its bark was a tapestry of deep grooves and velvety moss. This was the grandfather oak, and nestled in a crook of his great arm was a great gray owl, her feathers the color of wood smoke and moonlight. "Your footsteps speak of a heavy heart, little one," the owl said, her voice not a hoot, but a soft, resonant whisper, like stones smoothing each other in a riverbed. She was called Serena, and she was the keeper of the wood's unspoken tales. Pippin looked up, his dark eyes wide. "I am afraid, Serena, the air feels different, the world feels tired." Serena blinked her great, golden eyes slowly. "The forest is not tired, little Pippin. It is preparing to dream. Come, walk with me and listen." She glided down from her perch, her wings making not a sound, and led him to the edge of the storytelling stream. The water, dark and clear, flowed over stones worn smooth by time. As they walked, Serena taught Pippin to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. "The trees do not speak with words," she murmured. "They speak with sighs." She placed a wing against the trunk of a slender silver birch. A gentle breeze stirred, and the leaves rustled with a sound like crinkling parchment. "They are sharing the day's warmth, storing it in their roots for the colder days to come. It is a language of letting go." They came to the stream, and Serena gestured for Pippin to dip his paw into the cool water. "The water does not speak with sentences," she said. "It speaks with rhythm." Pippin listened. The babble-gurgle-plink was not random noise. It was a story, the story of the mountain snowmelt, the journey through dark earth, the secrets told by the rocks it had polished. It was a song of constant, gentle movement. "And the stones," Serena continued, tapping a mossy boulder with her beak. It made a soft, deep thump. "They speak with memory, they hold the echoes of all that has passed. Their language is one of patience and permanence." As they moved deeper into the woods, the bioluminescent wonders of the night unveiled themselves. Ghost mushrooms clung to fallen logs, emitting an eerie, beautiful green light that illuminated their path. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced in the distance, their glow flickering like silent laughter. The very air seemed to shimmer, and Pippin felt his worry beginning to loosen its grip, replaced by a sense of awe. "But why does it feel like an ending?" Pippin asked, watching a cascade of amber leaves spiral down from a maple tree. The rustle swish as they landed on the forest floor was one of the most peaceful sounds he had ever heard. "It is not an ending," Serena replied, guiding him to a hidden grove where the rain fell more freely, its gentle pitter-patter on the giant lily pads creating a natural lullaby. "It is a turning of the page. The forest, like you, needs its time of rest. The magic of the seasons is the magic of cycles. The vibrant energy of summer must give way to the quiet contemplation of autumn, which must surrender to the deep, dreaming sleep of winter, so that the world can be born anew in the spring." She led him to a place where the earth was soft and dark. "Watch," she whispered. A mother badger was gently nudging her sleepy cubs into their set for the long winter. A family of squirrels, their chatter soft and busy, was making final adjustments to their drays, lining them with the softest moss. There was no panic, no sadness. There was only a gentle, purposeful preparation, a yielding. It was a collective sigh of contentment. They are not saying goodbye to the world, Serena explained. They are trusting it. They know that under the blanket of snow the seeds are sleeping and the roots are dreaming of the sun. The greatest magic is not in constant blooming, but in knowing when to rest. Pippin finally understood. His restlessness wasn't a fear of an ending, but a resistance to a necessary pause. He had been trying to hold on to the long, lively days of summer, not realizing the profound beauty and peace that lay in the gentle surrender of autumn. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, painting the undersides of the clouds in shades of lavender and rose, Serena escorted Pippin back to the edge of his own burrow. The rainfall had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. "Remember the languages," Serena said, her form growing faint as the night began to retreat. "Listen for the sigh of the trees, the song of the stream, the memory of the stones. They will always remind you that every ending is a new beginning in disguise, and that rest is not idleness, but a sacred part of growth." Pippin crawled into his burrow, the scent of damp earth and slumbering roots enveloping him like a warm blanket. His heart, once tight with anxiety, was now full and quiet. As he curled into a ball, the gentle dripping of water from the leaves outside his entrance made a soft, rhythmic plink, 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 like a metronome counting the beats of the forest's slow, dreaming breath. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in many nights, he did not fight the approach of the colder, quieter days. Instead, he welcomed them, ready to dream alongside the seeds and the stones, trusting in the unwavering promise of renewal, soothed to sleep by the ancient, whispering lullaby of the woods. Story 10. Story 10. Story 11. Story 11. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like a host of golden sprites. Shadows swayed gently upon the walls, and the scent of burning oak filled the air with a comforting, earthy perfume. It is in such a moment, as the world outside grows quiet and the stars begin to twinkle in the velvet sky, that the best stories are told. So settle in, dear listener, wrap yourself in your coziest blanket, and let me share with you the tale of a boy, a locket, and the light that dwells within. Our story begins with a boy named Rowan, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest. Rowan was a quiet child, with a thoughtful heart and eyes the color of the forest moss after a spring rain. He often felt a little out of place, like a single pine tree in a field of waving grass. While other children his age raced and shouted, Rowan preferred the company of the old, gnarled trees and the quiet conversations of the brook. One afternoon, while exploring the attic, a place dusted with memories and smelling sweetly of aged timber and dried lavender, Rowan discovered a small, forgotten chest tucked beneath the eaves. It was made of dark wood, bound with tarnished brass, and had no visible lock. He brushed away the silken cobwebs, and with a gentle push, the lid creaked open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a locket. It was a simple, oval thing, wrought of a metal that was neither silver nor gold, but seemed to hold the color of the twilight sky. It felt warm to the touch, not with the heat of the attic, but with a deep, inner warmth, like a stone that has been basking in the sun. When he pressed the tiny clasp, it opened without a sound. Within the locket was no painted miniature, nor a lock of hair. Instead, nestled in the center was a small, smooth, dark gray stone. It looked utterly ordinary, like a river pebble. But as Rowan held it in the dim attic light, a soft, orange glow began to pulse from its very heart. It was a gentle, rhythmic light, the color of embers in a dying fire, and it filled him with a sense of profound and inexplicable peace. He fastened the chain around his neck, and the locket rested against his chest, its gentle warmth a quiet secret against his skin. That night he dreamt not in images but in feelings, a deep, resonant hum, a sense of being pulled gently toward the ancient forest. When he awoke, the feeling lingered, and the locket against his chest pulsed softly, as if in agreement. And so, the next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and the mysterious locket hidden beneath his tunic, Rowan stepped into the forest. The journey had begun. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that shifted and danced on the soft floor of pine needles. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. He walked without a clear path, simply following the gentle, insistent pull of the locket's warmth. It would grow warmer when he chose one direction over another, its ember glow brightening just enough to be seen through the fabric of his shirt. He walked for hours, the world shrinking to the rhythm of his footsteps in the forest symphony, the chatter of a red squirrel, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the sigh of the wind through the high branches. He was so engrossed in his journey that he didn't notice the sky darkening, the sun being swallowed by thick, gray clouds. A cold wind began to stir, and soon a fine, misty rain started to fall. The forest, once a place of dappled light and gentle sounds, became a world of dripping leaves and slick, muddy ground. The cheerful pull of the locket seemed to falter, its warmth dampened by the chill. Rowan's clothes grew heavy with water, and a shiver ran through him. He felt small and lost and very alone. He found a small hollow at the base of a great, grandfatherly oak tree and huddled within it, drawing his knees to his chest. The ember light of the locket was faint now, a mere flicker in the gloom. It was in this moment of discouragement that he heard a soft, shuffling sound. Peering out from his shelter, he saw a badger. It was a stout creature with a broad, black and white striped head and wise, dark eyes. It didn't seem startled by Rowan's presence. Instead, it sniffed the air thoughtfully and then trundled closer, its low body moving with a determined grace. Unseasonable weather, the badger rumbled in a voice that was like stones rolling gently in a stream. Not a good day for wandering. Rowan was too surprised to be frightened. I was following a feeling, he said, his voice small. The badger tilted its head. Feelings are tricky guides in a rainstorm. They get washed away. Better to follow a dry burrow. The badger, whose name was Thistle, invited Rowan to wait out the rain in his set, a cozy warren of tunnels deep beneath the roots of the oak. The earth was dry and smelled of clean clay and roots. Thistle shared some dried berries and a drink of cool, clear water from a seep in the wall. They sat in a comfortable silence, the only sound the distant drumming of the rain above. "You are not the first to carry a light through these woods," Thistle said eventually, his dark eyes fixed on the faint glow emanating from Rowan's tunic. "You know about the locket?" Rowan asked, pulling it out. The stone within glowed a little brighter in the badger's dry, safe home. "I know of the Ember Keepers," Thistle rumbled. "Long ago, when the world was younger and the magic was closer to the surface, there were those who could tend the inner light of things, the warmth in a stone, the memory of sun in a leaf, the spark of life in a seed. They carried stones like that to remind them of the glow that exists even in the darkest places. The art was mostly forgotten. It is a quiet magic, you see. It does not shout." As Thistle spoke, the mystery of the locket began to unfold, not with a bang, but like the slow, gentle unraveling of a ball of yarn. It was not a key to a great treasure or a weapon against a terrible foe. It was a reminder, a tool for listening. The journey he was on was not to a place, but toward an understanding. When the rain ceased, Rowan emerged from the set, his spirits lifted. The forest sparkled, every leaf and needle jeweled with droplets. The locket felt warm and steady against his chest once more. He thanked Thistle, who simply nodded his striped head and wished him well on his path. The pull led him deeper into the forest, to a part he had never seen. The trees grew taller and older, their bark thick and patterned like ancient maps. The air grew still and carried a faint, sweet fragrance, like honey and old roses. And then he saw it, a waterfall not of water but of ivy, cascading down a rocky outcrop. Behind the curtain of green was the dark mouth of a cave. The locket pulsed with a steady, confident light, its ember glow casting flickering patterns on the stone walls as he stepped inside. The cave was not dark and cold as he expected. A soft, phosphorescent moss clung to the ceiling, emitting a gentle, blue-green light. In the center of the cavern was a still, black pool, its surface as smooth as polished obsidian. And sitting on a stone by the pool's edge was a woman. She was old, her face a beautiful landscape of wrinkles, and her hair was a cloud of silver white. She wore a simple dress the color of the forest floor, and in her hands she cradled a locket, identical to Rowan's. Hers, however, held a stone that glowed with a brilliant, steady, golden light. "Welcome, Rowan," she said, and her voice was the sound of the wind in the pines, of leaves turning in the autumn, of the deep, quiet hum of the earth itself. "I am Elara. I have been waiting for you." Rowan stood, mesmerized. You know my name." "The locket knows," she said softly, gesturing for him to sit on a nearby stone. "It knows the heart of its keeper. It called to you because there is a light in you that is ready to be tended." She explained everything then, as the glowing moss cast its serene light, and the black pool reflected their faces like a dark mirror. The lockets were heirlooms of the Ember Keepers. The stone within was a heart stone, a piece of the world's own quiet, inner fire. It did not grant wishes or perform spectacular feats. Its purpose was far more profound. It helped its bearer see the inner light in all things, the lingering warmth in a cold stone, the potential for an entire forest in a single dormant seed, the hidden strength in a shy heart. "The world has grown loud, Rowan," Elara said, her eyes holding his. "And in the noise we have forgotten how to listen to the quiet things. We have forgotten that the greatest transformations are not sudden explosions, but slow, steady glows. A seed transforms into a tree. A sapling withstands a storm and grows stronger roots. A heart, once lonely, learns to find friendship. This is the true magic. It burns steady and true, just like the embers in your locket." She taught him how to listen. Not with just his ears, but with his whole being. He learned to feel the patient strength in the ancient cave walls, the joyful resilience of the glowing moss, the deep, dreaming stillness of the pool. He held his locket in his palm and focused, and he felt its pulse synchronize with the slow, steady beat of his own heart. He realized the light within it brightened when he felt calm or curious or kind. It dimmed when he was fearful or discouraged. His journey was transforming him, as surely as fire transforms wood. He was no longer the boy who felt out of place. He was learning his place was not among the shouting, but among the whispering. His quiet nature was not a weakness, but the very quality that allowed him to hear the song of the heart stone. He spent several days with Elara in the hidden world of the cave. They spoke of many things, of the patience of stones, the memory of trees, the language of starlight. She showed him how to gently encourage the light in other things, to lay a hand on a wilting plant and share a little of the locket's warmth, to sit with a frightened animal and project a sense of peace. It was a magic of small, authentic moments of gentle attention. But all visits, no matter how wondrous, must come to an end. Rowan knew it was time to return home. He had found what he was seeking, though it was not a treasure he could hold in his hands. It was a treasure he now carried within his own heart. The journey back was different. He did not need to follow the locket's pull with such urgency. Now he walked with it, a companion on the path. He noticed things he had missed before, the intricate architecture of a spider's web strung with morning dew, the way a particular bird answered the call of another from across the valley, the quiet dignity of a fallen log returning to the earth, nurturing new life as it decayed. He saw the inner light in everything, and it filled him with a quiet joy. When he reached the edge of the forest and saw the warm, golden light of his cottage window, his heart swelled with a new kind of warmth. He stepped inside, and the familiar scent of wood smoke and baking bread wrapped around him like a welcome embrace. His mother looked up from her knitting by the fire. "There you are, my dears. You've been gone a long while. You look different. Your eyes are brighter." Rowan simply smiled and went to sit beside her. He didn't tell her of the badger or the hidden cave or the keeper of the embers. Some stories are too precious to be told all at once. He merely opened his locket and showed her the stone, which now glowed with a soft, steady, golden light, no longer the faint ember he had first discovered. "It reminds me," he said softly, "that there is light everywhere, even when it's hard to see. You just have to know how to look." His mother looked at the glowing stone, then at her son's peaceful, contented face, and she smiled, understanding that he had found something important on his wanderings. That night, as Rowan lay in his bed, the locket resting on his bedside table, its gentle light pulsed in the darkness like a tiny, steady heartbeat. He thought of Thistle the badger, sleeping soundly in his earthy set. He thought of Elara, watching over the quiet pool in her hidden cave. He thought of the forest, alive with a million tiny, glowing lives, all connected in a great, whispering web. He was no longer just Rowan, the quiet boy from the cottage. He was Rowan, an ember keeper. His journey had not been to find a hidden world, but to discover that the whole world was hidden with magic, for those with the heart to see it. His personal growth had been the kindling of his own inner light, a light that would now burn steady and true for all his days. And as he drifted into sleep, the locket's glow seemed to soften, merging with the moonlight filtering through his window, a silent promise that even in the deepest dark there is always a spark of warmth, a memory of sun, a glow of hope. The fire in the hearth downstairs had burned down to embers, but their warmth lingered in the air, a perfect echo of the story just told. So rest now, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with gentle lights and quiet, glowing wonders. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Sleep well. Story 12. Story 13. Story 13. The village of Stillwater was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary lived side by side, nestled in a gentle valley where the river sometimes flowed upstream and the stars had a habit of rearranging themselves in the night sky. It was a village of cobbled lanes and cottages with mossy roofs, where the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth, and where the soft, silver rain fell more often than not, pattering a gentle rhythm on the leaves. The heart of the village was its ancient clock tower, which didn't tell the hours with numbers, but with chimes that sounded like different woodland creatures. A badger's grunt for one, a wren's chirp for two, all the way up to the deep, resonant hoot of an owl for 12. Lately, however, the clock had begun to chime at all the wrong times, and stranger still, the stars above Stillwater had started to vanish, one by one, from the sky. Our story begins with a young woman named Anya, who mended clocks and kept bees in a cottage at the edge of the whispering woods. She was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of honey, and a mind that noticed things others overlooked, the way a spider's web trembled before rain, or the particular sigh a book made when it hadn't been opened in a century. She first noticed the missing stars while collecting evening honey, her bees unusually hushed in their hives. The constellation of the silver heron, which usually flew proudly over the eastern hill, was missing its brightest eye. The next morning the village was abuzz with the peculiar happenings. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning roses, which were usually a deep, velvety crimson, had bloomed a pale, shimmering blue. The river, for a full hour at dawn, had run clear as crystal instead of its usual peaty brown. And the clock tower had chimed the badger's grunt 17 times in a row just after midnight. Anya, her curiosity piqued, decided to investigate. She did not rush or fret. She packed a small satchel with a honey cake, a thermos of chamomile tea, her most delicate clock mending tools, and a blanket. Her method was one of patient observation and gentle questioning. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme, one that every child in Stillwater learned in their cradle. She hummed it as she walked towards the village square, the cobbles slick with rain. When the badger chimes at the wren's own hour, and the river runs clear with forgotten power, seek the heron's eye where the silver drops gleam, to mend the night and reclaim the dream. No one had thought much of the rhyme, it was just a silly verse. But now, with the badger chiming at all hours and the river running clear, it felt less like nonsense and more like a map. Anya's first visit was to the clock tower. She climbed the winding wooden stairs, each step groaning a friendly greeting. The great clockwork mechanism filled the small room, a beautiful, complex tangle of gears and levers and weights. But nothing was broken. The gears were oiled, the weights were true. Yet as she watched, the mechanism shuddered, and a tiny, mouse-shaped gear she'd never noticed before spun backwards 3 times. The tower let out a soft, confused badger grunt. The problem wasn't with the clock itself, she realized. The clock was reacting to something. This was her first red herring, but a delightful one. Focusing on the mouse gear, she discovered it was connected to a tiny, almost invisible wire that ran down through the floorboards and deep into the foundation of the tower. It wasn't part of the original design. Someone or something had added it. Following this thread, both literally and figuratively, led her out of the tower and towards the whispering woods. The wire, thin as a spider's silk, was threaded through the roots of ancient oaks and over burbling brooks. The woods were alive with sound, the rustle of unseen creatures, the drip 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 of water from leaf to fern, the distant, melodic tinkling of wind chimes hanging from a branch where no house stood. The wire led her to a small, hidden glen she had never seen before. In the center of the glen stood a stone pedestal, upon which sat a large, perfectly clear crystal. And surrounding the crystal, their tiny faces pressed against its facets, were a dozen starlings. Not the birds, but the real, mythical starlings, small, luminous beings of condensed starlight, with voices like the chiming of icicles. They were the keepers of the night sky, and they looked terribly worried. One of them, slightly brighter than the others, floated towards Anya. "You have followed the thread," it chimed, its voice a shiver of sound. "We are sorry for the trouble. We are trying to fix the great tapestry." The great tapestry, it explained, was the magical weave that held the patterns of the constellations in place. A recent, particularly clumsy flight of a dream, a happy, bumbling thing from a child's mind, had snagged on the heron's eye and pulled a thread loose. The starlings had been working frantically to reweave it, but their magic was tied to the fundamental rhythms of Stillwater, the clock, the river, the very colors of the earth. Their frantic, out-of-sync efforts were what was causing the disruptions. The backward-spinning mouse gear was their attempt to pull time back just a moment to undo the snag. The blue roses were because they'd accidentally woven a piece of the twilight sky into the earth's palette. The clear river was a result of them filtering all their magic to find the one pure thread they needed. Anya listened, her heart full of empathy for these tiny, overwhelmed creatures. They weren't causing mischief, they were in distress. But the nursery rhyme, Anya said softly. "It speaks of the heron's eye where the silver drops gleam. What does that mean?" The lead starling chimed sadly. "We do not know. We have searched the skies and found nothing." Anya thought not of the sky, but of the earth. She thought of maps. She unfolded a small, hand-drawn map of Stillwater she always carried. Her eyes fell upon Silverdrop Falls, a small waterfall on the northern edge of the woods, named for the way the moonlit water looked like falling silver. It was a place she often went to think. She showed the starlings. What if the heron's eye isn't in the sky right now? What if, when it fell here? A wave of excited chimes passed through the starlings. They had been looking up when the answer was down. Together, they journeyed to Silverdrop Falls. The sound of the water was a constant, soothing rush, a white noise that calmed the soul. And there, caught in a small, still pool at the base of the falls, was a single, brilliant point of light, the heron's eye. It wasn't a physical object, but a knot of pure starlight, shimmering and pulsing gently. The starlings gathered around it, their tiny lights blending with its radiance. But they couldn't lift it. It was too heavy, too tangled in the water's magic. Anya understood. This was not a task for magic alone. It was a task for community. She returned to Stillwater and gathered the villagers. She didn't tell them of the starlings, for some magic is meant to be felt, not seen. Instead, she told them the story of the nursery rhyme and the missing piece of the night. She spoke of the interconnectedness of their home, how the clock's chime was tied to the river's flow, and the river's flow to the color of the flowers, and all of it to the stars above. Inspired, the villagers came together. The baker brought lanterns shaped like glowing pastries. The woodcarver brought flutes that mimicked the wind. Old man Hemlock brought a vial of his new blue rose essence, which smelled of cold starlight and nostalgia. They followed Anya to Silverdrop Falls, their path illuminated by the soft, warm glow of their lanterns, the air filled with the sound of flutes and the gentle patter of rain. When they arrived, they saw the shimmering knot of light in the pool. Anya, using her clock-mending tools, not for their intended purpose, but for their precision and gentleness, began to carefully untangle the starlight from the water weeds and the stones. The villagers didn't see the starlings, but they felt their presence, a cool, joyful tingle on the air. They began to hum the old nursery rhyme, their voices blending with the rush of the falls and the sound of the flutes. As the villagers hummed, their collective warmth and harmony lent its strength to the starlings. With a final, gentle pull from Anya's tools and a surge of unified magic from the starlings, the heron's eye floated free. It rose into the air, a single, brilliant note of light, and shot up into the heavens, returning to its rightful place in the constellation. A collective sigh of wonder passed through the crowd. Above them, the silver heron was whole again, its eye winking down at them. At that exact moment, the clock tower in the distance chimed perfectly, the deep, wise hoot of the owl signaling the true midnight. The strange happenings ceased. The river returned to its peaty brown, the roses to their crimson, and the clock to its proper rhythm. But something had changed in Stillwater. The red herrings had led not to a culprit, but to a deeper understanding. The blue rose essence became a cherished perfume, a reminder of the night the sky was mended. The clear river hour became a yearly tradition, a moment of reflection. Anya returned to her cottage, her bees now humming a contented tune. The starlings, invisible once more, wove a new, special star into the tapestry above her home, a tiny, honey-colored star that shone just for her. And as the gentle rain began to fall once more, whispering secrets to the leaves, the village of Stillwater settled into a deeper, more connected peace. They had learned that the greatest mysteries are not solved by fear or force, but by observation, empathy, and the quiet, powerful magic that blooms when a community comes together, their hearts beating in time with the world around them. The firelight in every hearth seemed a little warmer that night, casting dancing shadows that told the story of the missing stars, a story not of loss, but of rediscovery, a perfect tale to carry one into peaceful, starlit dreams. Story 14. Story 15. Story 15. In the soft, hilly lands of Somnus Valley, where the moon always hung just a little lower and the stars blinked like friendly fireflies, there lived a baker named Barnaby. His bakery, the Dreamy Dough, was famous for its cinnamon swirl bread that smelled like sleepy afternoons and its butter biscuits shaped like crescent moons. But Barnaby's true gift was his patience, a patience so deep that he never minded the gentle absurdities that drifted through his door. One such peculiarity was his friend, a dragon named Piff. Piff was no ordinary dragon. He was the size of a rocking chair, the color of lavender at twilight, and he collected teacups. Not fine porcelain or gold-rimmed china, mind you, but the chipped, the lopsided, the cheerful mismatched ones. His cave was a cozy clutter of polka-dotted cups, floral cups, cups with tiny handles, and cups with no handles at all. Every Tuesday, Piff would trundle down to Barnaby's bakery, a teacup balanced on his snout, to trade a fresh-baked scone for a bit of friendly chatter. "It's the clink," Piff would explain, his voice a soft rumble like a purring cat. "The sound of a spoon against a teacup soothes my soul." Now, not far from the dreamy dough, was a most unusual tea shop called the Topsy-Turvy Teapot. It was run by a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who tended fluffy white clouds as though they were sheep. The tea shop itself was upside down, the roof was underground, the floor was the ceiling, and all the chairs hung from above. To enter, you had to step through a window and climb a ladder downward. Inside, the teapots whistled backwards, shhhh whoop, and the sugar cubes floated upward into the cups. Nimbus, a gentle fellow made mostly of whispers and smiles, served tea that tasted like whatever you were thinking about, which, for Barnaby, was usually buttery croissants. One drowsy afternoon, Barnaby was kneading dough when Piff came shuffling in, looking terribly flustered. His scales were tinged pale pink with worry. "Barnaby," Piff sighed, setting down a teacup painted with wobbly daisies. "It's Nimbus. He's caught the hiccups." Barnaby wiped his floury hands on his apron. "The hiccups, but those are rare." "Exactly," said Piff. "And every time he hiccups, one of his clouds escapes. This morning a fluffy cumulus got loose and rained lemon drops over the village square. It was sticky but cheerful, but now it's worse." Just then a faint bawing echoed from the distance, followed by a soft whoosh. A moment later, a lavender-scented mist filled the bakery. Barnaby blinked. Was that a cloud of perfume? Piff nodded gravely. "Nimbus hiccuped while thinking about his grandmother's sachets. We have to help him. If he hiccups while thinking of something sillier, like rubber chickens or bouncing bumblebees, who knows what might happen?" So Barnaby packed a basket of warm raisin buns. Piff selected his most comforting teacup, one with a slightly cracked saucer, and together they set off for the Topsy-Turvy Teapot. The journey there was itself a gentle puzzle. They crossed a backwards river, which flowed uphill with a sound like marbles rolling in reverse, gloop, gloop, gloop. They passed through an inside-out forest, where the bark of the trees was on the inside and the leaves grew inward, rustling softly like pages turning in a book. Overhead, Nimbus's escaped clouds drifted lazily, one shaped like a rocking horse, another like a soup tureen. When they arrived at the tea shop, they found Nimbus hanging from a ceiling beam, clutching his middle. He was a wispy man with a beard like cotton candy and eyes the color of a rainy sky. "Hick, show," he exclaimed. With each hick, a tiny cloud poofed out of his ears. One smelled of fresh linen, another tinkled like wind chimes. "Oh dear," said Nimbus. "I can't stop. I was thinking of popping corn, and now look." He hiccuped again, bawing. And a cloud shaped like a popcorn kernel bounced around the room before dissolving into a buttery scent. Barnaby offered a raisin bun. "Maybe some food will help." Nimbus nibbled but hiccuped again, weep. And a cloud in the shape of a raisin bun floated up and bumped gently against the floor ceiling. Piff poured tea into his special cracked teacup. The steam curled upward, or rather downward, in silvery spirals. "Drink this, Nimbus, the clink will calm you." But Nimbus's hand shook and the teacup trembled. Hick. A little cloud poofed out, this one smelling of chamomile and embarrassment. It was then that Barnaby noticed something. Every time Nimbus hiccuped, he was thinking of something, and that thought became a cloud. The hiccups weren't just hiccups, they were dream hiccups. And who better to help with dreams than a dream painter? In a little cottage perched on a nearby hill, there lived a woman named Cora, the professional dream painter. Each night she would dip her brushes in starlight and paint gentle dreams on the inside of sleeping eyelids. Dreams of flying kites, of finding lost buttons, of friendly badgers wearing waistcoats. Barnaby sent Piff to fetch her while he stayed with Nimbus, handing him raisin bun after raisin bun in hopes of taming the hiccups. Soon Piff returned with Cora, a woman with a quiet smile and a cloak that shimmered like a twilight sky. In her hands she carried a small wooden box. "Hiccup, hiccups," she said softly. "I've read about these. They happen when your thoughts become too light and floaty. We need to ground them." She opened the box, which was filled with tiny painted tiles, each one depicting a simple, solid thing. A stone, a loaf of bread, a wooden stool, a woolly sock. "Pick one, Nimbus," Cora urged. "And think of nothing else." Nimbus, his eyes wide, reached for a tile painted like a heavy, round pebble. He held it tight. "Hic," he began, but the hiccup caught in his throat. Instead of a cloud, a faint thud sound echoed, and the room seemed to grow still. Again, Cora encouraged. Nimbus squeezed the tile, concentrating. His brow furrowed. Another hiccup tried to escape Hic, but it came out as a soft plop, like a pebble dropping into a pond. No cloud appeared. Piff let out a relieved sigh that sounded like a breeze through a keyhole. Barnaby smiled and passed around the last of the raisin buns. "You see," Cora explained, "the hiccups are like bubbles, too much air, not enough earth. Sometimes the simplest, heaviest thought can anchor you." Nimbus, now hiccup-free, beamed. "Thank you," he whispered. "I was so busy thinking of fluffy, floaty things, I forgot about stones and socks and raisin buns." To celebrate, they all sat in the upside-down tea shop, Barnaby and Cora on hanging chairs, Piff curled comfortably on the ceiling floor, and Nimbus pouring tea that tasted like quiet gratitude. The escaped clouds had slowly drifted back, nestling around the tea shop like sleepy pillows. One, shaped like a teapot, hovered near Nimbus's shoulder. Piff lifted his cracked teacup. "A toast," he rumbled. "To friends, to simple solutions, and to the lovely clink of teacups." They clinked cups, Piff's daisy cup against Barnaby's mug, Cora's delicate floral one against Nimbus's floating saucer. The sound was a gentle, cheerful tink-tink-tink, like fairy bells. And as the moon rose over Somnus Valley, painting the hills in silver, Barnaby walked back to his bakery, his heart light. The inside-out forest whispered its page-turn rustle, the backwards river glooped uphill, and the air smelled of fresh bread and contentment. That night, as the villagers slept, Cora painted dreams for them. Dreams of lavender dragons and upside-down tea shops, of hiccups that turned into pebbles, and of friends who knew that even the silliest problems could be solved with a little warmth and a steady hand. And in his bakery, Barnaby slept soundly, a smile on his face while outside, a soft bowing and a gentle whoosh now and then were not signs of trouble, but merely the sound of a cloud shepherd's dreams, happy, anchored, and full of peace. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmerbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelin decided to uncover the truth. Kaelin was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelin set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelin had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelin had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelin said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelin saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelin knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelin's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelin smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. "I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother." Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaelin held out her hand. Come, she said. Let's find another way. Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaelin raised her hand gently. There is no thief here, she said, her voice clear and calm. Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply. She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Elara, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. There is another way, she said. A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness. So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaelin had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. Thank you, she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaelin. I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again. Kaelin smiled. You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both. That night as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know, the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. On the far edge of the silken nebula, where starlight wove itself into shimmering tapestries of violet and gold, there drifted a small, forgotten observation outpost. It had been built by starfarers long gone, a glass-domed sanctuary orbiting a quiet, blue-tinted star. Within its curved walls, a most unusual friendship was taking root. Kaelin had arrived first. He was from the planet Verdant, a world of whispering forests and soft, mossy ground. His people communicated not with words, but with gentle shifts in the color of the delicate, leaf-like filaments that grew along their arms and across their cheeks. A soft, luminescent blue meant curiosity. A warm, rosy pink signaled happiness. A shimmering silver was laughter. Kaelin's own colors often swirled in lonely shades of gray and deep indigo, for he was a botanist, sent on a solitary mission to study the unique flora that could grow in the outpost's zero-gravity gardens. He missed the rustle of the great verdant trees and the chorus of colors from his family. The outpost was his sanctuary, a place of quiet industry. He spent his days tending to floating orbs of bioluminescent moss and vines that curled around pillars of softly glowing crystal, their light pulsing in time with his own emotional hues. One day a small, distressed vessel, like a seed pod spun from mother-of-pearl, bumped gently against the outpost's airlock. From it emerged Piper. Piper was from the chime world of Lyra, a place of singing crystals and winds that played melodies through ancient stone arches. Piper's species had no visible mouths or noses. Their smooth, opalescent skin covered a complex internal structure that allowed them to create music. Their language was a symphony of hums, whistles, and resonant chimes. Piper's own song upon arrival was a frantic, discordant jangle of fear and exhaustion. Their ship's heart crystal had fractured, and they had been drifting, their song fading. Kalen, seeing the shimmering bipedal form and hearing its distressed melody, felt his filaments flush with a compassionate, welcoming gold. He didn't understand the sounds, but he understood the feeling. He guided Piper inside, his movements slow and deliberate, his colors projecting calm, steady green. Their first days were a ballet of beautiful confusion. Kalen would offer a floating berry from his garden, his filaments glowing a friendly orange. Piper, in thanks, would respond with a complex, trilling arpeggio that made Kalen jump, his colors flickering to a surprised yellow. Piper, in turn, would try to help by using a low, resonant hum to vibrate the dust from the solar panels, a common practice on Lyra. To Kalen, it felt like an earthquake, and he would clutch the nearest crystal pillar, his filaments blazing a frantic red of alarm. Their greatest challenge was the garden. For Kalen, it was a place of silent, colorful growth. For Piper, it was an orchestra waiting to be conducted. Piper discovered that by gently tapping the different bioluminescent orbs, they each produced a unique, bell-like tone. Delighted, Piper began to compose a symphony, tapping and humming, sending the orbs spinning and chiming. Kalen rushed in, his filaments a stormy violet of panic. He gently took Piper's slender, crystalline hand and led them to a particular orb, now dull and silent. He pulsed a soft, sad blue at the orb, then at Piper. He mimed the orb's light fading and its song dying. Understanding dawned on Piper, not through words, but through the shared language of care. Their next song was a soft, lullaby-like hum directed at the plants, and Kalen watched in wonder as the vines stretched toward the sound, their glow brightening. This was the turning point. They had found their first shared word, gentleness. Together they decided to create a new space, a sanctuary within the sanctuary. They chose the observatory's highest dome, a room with a vast, curved window that looked out upon the heart of the silken nebula. Here they built their harmony nook. Kalen brought his most resilient and responsive plants, vines that changed color with emotion, flowers that bloomed in sync with harmonic frequencies. Piper brought smooth, river-worn stones from their homeworld and a set of tiny, perfectly tuned resonance crystals. They arranged the stones in spiraling patterns on the floor and hung the crystals from the vines so that they caught the starlight and the light from the plants. The room became a living instrument. When Kalen was happy, the room would glow with warm ambers and golds, and the crystals would chime softly. When Piper played a serene melody, the plants would sway and pulse in rhythm, their colors deepening. Their misunderstandings became fewer and filled with more laughter. Once Kalen, trying to express his gratitude for Piper's company, projected a brilliant, joyful magenta. On verdant, it was the color of deep, familial love. Piper, however, interpreted the sudden, intense color as a sign of high alarm, the way a Lyran's skin might flash white before danger. They responded with a sharp, warning whistle and dove behind a console. Kalen, confused, pulsed a soft, questioning teal. After a moment of peeking out, Piper understood. They emerged and played a slow, warbling tune that was the lyran equivalent of bashful laughter. Kalen's filaments shimmered in silver mirth. They had learned another word, oops. Their favorite ritual began as the outpost drifted into the shadow of its gentle star, and the nebula outside the great window bloomed with its most brilliant light. They would meet in the Harmony Nook, sitting amidst their shared creation. Kalen would let his colors settle into a calm, contented lavender. Piper would play a soft, meandering melody, not a structured song, but a musical expression of the swirling cosmos outside. In these quiet moments, a new connection began to form, one that went beyond color and sound. It was a faint, empathic thread. Kalen would feel an echo of Piper's serene wonder as a warm tingling in his core. Piper would sense Kalen's peaceful happiness as a subtle, harmonious vibration in their own being. They were learning to feel what the other felt, to share the quiet awe of watching a binary star system perform its slow, eternal dance, or the gentle melancholy of remembering homes far away. One evening, a solar flare from the blue star sent waves of emerald energy washing over the outpost. The systems flickered, and a deep, unsettling hum resonated through the station's frame. Piper, sensitive to vibrations, froze, their song cutting off into a silent, fearful tension. The Harmony Nook dimmed, the plants pulling their leaves in close. Kalen looked at his friend, seeing not just a still form, but feeling the cold spike of their fear through their fledgling empathic bond. He didn't try to use colors or gestures. Instead, he walked slowly to the center of the room, where a large, flat stone rested. He sat down, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He focused not on his own fear, but on every good, warm memory he had of this place. The first time Piper had made the moss glow with a simple C major chord. The taste of the sweet, airborne fruit they shared. The sight of Piper's form silhouetted against the nebula. He filled his mind with these images and let his heart swell with a feeling of friendship. His filaments began to glow, not with a single color, but with a slow, swirling galaxy of all of them. The gold of welcome, the pink of happiness, the blue of curiosity, the lavender of peace. It was a silent story of their time together. Piper, still trembling, felt the shift. The cold fear was slowly surrounded by a profound, radiating warmth. They turned and saw Kalen, a quiet supernova of friendship in the center of their sanctuary. The fear didn't vanish, but it was held, comforted, diminished. Slowly, Piper raised their hands and began to play. It wasn't a grand symphony, but a single clear, unwavering note, a note of trust, of gratitude, of solidarity. The note resonated through the crystals, which began to glow with a soft, steady light. The vines, responding to the sound and the light, unfurled their leaves, their own bioluminescence returning, brighter than before. The solar storm passed. The unsettling hum faded. But in the Harmony Nook, the light and the music remained, intertwined. They had discovered the universal language. It wasn't color or sound or even empathy. It was the simple, profound act of kindness. It was the choice to sit with a friend in their fear. It was the willingness to build a shared shelter, both physical and emotional. It was the patience to laugh at misunderstandings and the courage to learn from them. As the outpost continued its silent journey through the silken nebula, it was no longer a lonely outpost, but a home. And in its highest dome, under a canopy of stars, two very different beings proved that no gap is too wide, no silence too deep, and no world too far away, when bridged by the gentle, steadfast light of a true and cosmic friendship. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Bootprints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. "The frost fairies are restless," declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed: how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It wasn't the flashy kind that shot sparks or turned pumpkins into carriages, but something softer, woven into the very fabric of daily life. Wind chimes made of seashells and silver tinkled from every cottage eave, their melodies carried on the breeze. The village clock tower, ancient and wise, chimed not just the hours, but also the seasons, its deep bronze bells ringing differently for autumn's crispness or spring's first blush. And every evening, as dusk settled, the villagers would light their lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that rivaled the stars beginning to pepper the twilight sky. Our story begins with a young baker named Rowan, whose kind heart was as warm as the ovens in which he baked his honey oat bread and lavender shortbread. Rowan noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, the particular scent of rain before it fell, the secret language of birdsong at dawn. He lived above his bakery, the gilded crust, and every night before bed he would open his window to count the stars, a ritual that brought him immense peace. But one evening, as Rowan leaned on his windowsill, a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, he noticed something odd. The constellation known as the Weaver's Spool, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed a delicate thread across the northern sky, was missing one of its gems. He blinked, thinking perhaps a wisp of cloud had drifted past. But no, the sky was clear, and the Weaver's Spool now had only 6 stars. Rowan felt a gentle tug of curiosity, not fear, but a sense that something in the harmonious order of Starlight Hollow had shifted. The next morning the village buzzed with other strange happenings. Old maps carefully preserved in the library seemed to have redrawn their streams and footpaths overnight. Flowers in Elara meadow, which normally bloomed in soft pastels, had changed to vibrant, jewel-like hues overnight, ruby reds, sapphire blues, and emerald greens. And most peculiar of all, the village clock tower had begun chiming backwards, its bells ringing 9 times at 3 o'clock and 3 times at 9. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with wonder and mild confusion. "It's the work of the Glimmer folk," declared Mr. Thistlewick, the clockmaker, adjusting his spectacles. "They've always been mischievous." Others whispered about forgotten spells or the shifting of ancient ley lines. But Rowan simply listened, his empathy sensing no malice, only a strange sort of longing behind these peculiar events. That afternoon, while delivering a basket of cinnamon buns to the village library, Rowan found the elderly librarian, Miss Juniper, humming an old nursery rhyme as she dusted the shelves. The tune was familiar, one every child in Starlight Hollow learned at their grandmother's knee. When the spool loses a thread, and the clock counts time in reverse, seek the key the stars have shed, in the map's forgotten verse. Rowan's ears perked up. "Miss Juniper," he said gently, "that rhyme, do you think it could be connected to what's happening?" She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "All old rhymes hold a kernel of truth, dear boy, but which kernel is the right one to plant?" She gestured to a wall of ancient, leather-bound books. "Somewhere in these pages lies the answer, if one has the patience to look." Rowan spent the rest of the day poring over books of folklore and star charts. He discovered that the Weaver's Spool constellation was tied to an old legend about a celestial weaver who mended the fabric of the night sky. If a star went missing, it was said, the weaver had dropped a thread that could be found somewhere on Earth, disguised as something ordinary. Meanwhile, the village continued to experience delightful oddities. Thinking the backwards chiming of the clock tower was a clue, Mr. Thistlewick spent a day taking the clock apart, only to discover a family of songbirds had built a nest inside the mechanism, their sweet chirping somehow affecting the gears. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it was a joyful discovery, and the whole village came to admire the brave little birds. Another red herring emerged when the vibrant flowers in Elara meadow were thought to be the key. The village children spent an afternoon following the color patterns, believing they formed a map. Instead, they found a hidden patch of the sweetest, ripest strawberries any of them had ever tasted, a delightful treasure that prompted an impromptu picnic. But Rowan, observing everything with quiet attention, noticed something else. Each time a peculiar event occurred, the wind chimes throughout the village would suddenly fall silent, as if holding their breath. And he remembered the nursery rhyme's last line, in the map's forgotten verse. He returned to the library and asked Miss Juniper about any maps that might include verses or poems. Her eyes lit up. Why, of course, the Starlight Atlas. She led him to a dusty corner and pulled out a large, rolled parchment. When they spread it on the table, Rowan saw it was no ordinary map. It depicted Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but instead of place names, it was labeled with lines of poetry. One verse near the depiction of the weaver's spool constellation read, "Where the lost thread falls to earth, guarded by stones of ancient birth, listen not with ears but heart, for that is where the light will start." Rowan's empathy stirred. Guarded by stones of ancient birth, that could only refer to the standing stones in the Whispering Woods, a circle of ancient monoliths where the village held its annual Starlight Festival. And listen not with ears but heart, that meant the answer wasn't something to be heard but felt. That evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, its soft patter a soothing rhythm on the cobblestones, Rowan made his way to the standing stones. The woods were peaceful, filled with the scent of wet earth and pine. The stones stood tall and silent, their surfaces glistening with raindrops. In the center of the circle, Rowan closed his eyes and did as the verse instructed. He listened with his heart. He felt a faint, warm pulse emanating from one of the smaller stones at the edge of the circle. Kneeling, he saw that a crack in the stone was glowing with a soft, silvery light. Carefully, he reached into the crack, and his fingers closed around something smooth and cool. He drew out a single, perfect crystal that shone with an inner light, as if it contained a tiny star. At that moment, the missing star in the weaver's spool constellation flickered back into place overhead. The village clock tower chimed correctly, a deep, resonant 9 times. The wind chimes, which had been silent, suddenly burst into a joyful, tinkling chorus. And the flowers in Elara meadow slowly returned to their gentle pastel shades. But the mystery was not fully solved. Rowan brought the crystal back to the village square, where everyone had gathered under the now clear sky. As he held it up, the crystal pulsed with light, and from it emerged a faint, shimmering figure, the celestial weaver of legend. She was made of starlight and moonlight, and her voice was like the whisper of the wind through the pines. "Thank you, kind one," she said to Rowan. "I am Astris, the weaver of the night sky. I come to your village once every century to mend the fabric of the constellations, but this time I grew lonely. I wanted to remind you of the magic around you, to bring you together in wonder and curiosity, so I let a thread fall, and with it, a bit of playful chaos." She explained that the crystal was a star seed, a fragment of starlight that held the memory of the sky. It had been her way of inviting the villagers to look up, to remember the stories in the stars, and to connect with one another in solving a gentle mystery. The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with understanding. They hadn't been frightened by the peculiar events, only intrigued, brought closer by their shared curiosity. Mr. Thistlewick offered to help Astris by crafting a special compartment in the clock tower where the starseed could be kept safe, its light ensuring the clock would always chime true. The children who had found the strawberries promised to leave berry offerings at the standing stones each year in gratitude. And Rowan, whose empathy and observation had solved the mystery, was asked to become the keeper of the star seed, a role he accepted with humble joy. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow paid even more attention to the world around them. The music of the wind chimes, the patterns of the stars, the colors of the flowers. They understood that magic was not just in grand gestures, but in the gentle, everyday wonders, and in the bonds of community that grew stronger with each shared mystery. And as Rowan returned to his bakery that night, the gentle rain having ceased, he opened his window and looked up at the fully restored weaver's spool, its 7 stars twinkling brightly. The ambient sounds of the village, the distant, correct chiming of the clock tower, the soft tinkling of wind chimes, the rustle of the breeze through the pines, lulled him into a state of perfect peace. He knew that in Starlight Hollow, even the most peculiar happenings were simply reminders to listen with the heart, to observe with kindness, and to always look for the light in the darkness. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, under a sky now perfectly, beautifully whole. In the quiet hamlet of Willowbrook, where twilight lingered like a cherished secret, there lived a young soul named Kaelin. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the rolling hills, Kaelin would sit by the hearth in their small cottage, watching the embers dance and fade into soft, glowing coals. It was in these hushed moments that Kaelin felt most aware of the subtle shifts within themselves, a restlessness that whispered of change, like a seed stirring deep in the earth. Kaelin had always been different, though in ways that were gentle and beautiful. Their hair, once a plain chestnut brown, now held strands that shimmered with a faint, opalescent glow whenever they felt a surge of kindness or curiosity. Tiny, leaf-like patterns would sometimes appear on their skin after a day spent wandering the meadows, fading by morning like dreams. But instead of embracing these changes, Kaelin felt uneasy, as if they were a puzzle missing a piece they couldn't name. One crisp autumn evening, as the fire crackled low, Kaelin noticed a peculiar sight outside their window, a garden they had never seen before, nestled between the ancient oaks at the edge of the village. It was a wild, untamed space, brimming with flowers that pulsed with soft light and vines that curled like questions in the air. Drawn by an invisible thread, Kaelin wrapped a woolen shawl around their shoulders and stepped into the cooling night. The garden seemed to breathe in time with Kaelin's own heartbeat. As they walked along the mossy paths, they saw blossoms that changed color with the wind's mood, from shy lavender to bold gold, and trees whose leaves rustled with melodies only the heart could hear. It was here that Kaelin first met Elder Rowan, a woman with eyes the color of weathered bark and a smile that held the patience of centuries. She was tending to a cluster of moonflowers, her hands moving with the grace of someone who understood the language of growth. "Ah, a seeker," Elder Rowan said, her voice like the murmur of a distant stream. "This garden has been waiting for you. It responds to those who are learning to listen to their own transformations." Kaelin hesitated, fingers tracing the delicate petals of a flower that shimmered like starlight. "I don't understand what's happening to me. Sometimes I feel like I'm wearing a skin that isn't mine, and other times I see colors where there were none before." Elder Rowan gestured to a bench woven from living willow branches. "Change is not something to fear, dear one. It is a cocoon woven by time, protecting you until you're ready to emerge. This garden and you are part of the same magic. Watch." She pointed to a patch of earth where nothing grew. "Plant a seed of intention here, not with your hands, but with your heart." Kaelin closed their eyes, thinking of a recent moment when they had comforted a lost bird, feeling a flutter of compassion. When they opened their eyes, a tiny green shoot had pushed through the soil, glowing with a soft, verdant light. "That is your first small victory," Elder Rowan said. Each step forward, no matter how small, helps the garden and you grow. Over the following weeks, Kaelin returned to the garden daily. Elder Rowan appeared only when needed, often when Kaelin felt most doubtful. Under her gentle guidance, Kaelin learned to tend to the magical flora. They discovered that the garden mirrored their inner world. When Kaelin felt uncertain, the flowers would droop slightly, their colors dimming. But when they mustered courage, new buds would unfurl, filling the air with sweet fragrance. One afternoon, Kaelin encountered a section of the garden dominated by thorny brambles. It was a place that seemed resistant to change, much like the fears tangled in their own heart. "This is the thicket of hesitation," Elder Rowan explained, appearing as if from nowhere. "It grows where we cling to old shells. But even thorns have their purpose. They teach us to be gentle with ourselves." Kaelin spent days working at the edges of the thicket, not tearing at the brambles but speaking softly to them, acknowledging their own anxieties. With each kind word, a thorn would soften, and a single brave flower would bloom, a snowdrop that symbolized resilience. These small victories accumulated, and soon a path cleared, leading to a secluded grove where a silvery cocoon hung from a birch tree, pulsating with quiet energy. "This is the heart of metamorphosis," Elder Rowan said. "It holds the potential of what you are becoming, but it cannot be rushed. Like a seed waiting for spring, it requires patience and trust." As winter approached, Kaelin faced a greater challenge. A storm swept through Willowbrook, and the garden was battered by wind and rain. Kaelin felt their own doubts surge. What if their changes were just illusions? What if they never found their true self? That night, as they huddled by the hearth, the embers seemed to whisper encouragement. Remembering Elder Rowan's lessons, Kaelin returned to the garden at dawn, not to fix everything at once, but to simply be present. They sat by the cocoon, humming a tune their grandmother had taught them, a melody about cycles and returns. Slowly, the garden began to heal itself. Flowers straightened their stems, and the colors deepened, reflecting Kaelin's growing acceptance. The cocoon glowed brighter, and Kaelin realized that their journey wasn't about becoming someone new, but about uncovering who they had always been. On the eve of the solstice, Elder Rowan joined Kaelin in the garden. The air was crisp, and the stars hung low like lanterns. "It is time," she said softly. "The cocoon is ready to open, but only you can decide what emerges." Kaelin took a deep breath, feeling all the small victories, the planted seeds, the cleared paths, the softened thorns, converge into a single moment of clarity. They reached out and touched the cocoon, which dissolved into a shower of light. From it emerged not a butterfly, but a cascade of luminous patterns that settled around Kaelin, weaving into their skin like living tapestry. Their hair now flowed with colors that shifted with their emotions, calm blues, joyful yellows, thoughtful purples, and their eyes held the depth of the night sky. Elder Rowan smiled, her form beginning to fade into the twilight. "You see, the metamorphosis was never about shedding your old self, but about integrating all its parts. This garden will always be here for you, and for others who need its wisdom. Your story is just beginning." Kaelin stood in the rejuvenated garden, which now bloomed with flowers that had never been seen before, each one a testament to their journey. They felt a profound comfort, knowing that change was not an end, but a continuous unfolding, like the endless turning of seasons. As they walked back to the cottage, the embers in the hearth greeted them with a warm, steady glow, and Kaelin knew that every ending was merely a gentle beginning in disguise. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook that sang lullabies all through the night, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path softened into mossy earth, and where the fireflies danced in patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Each evening, as the ancient clock tower chimed 7 times, its bronze bells echoing through the misty air, Anya would sit by her window and watch the stars begin to pepper the velvet sky. But one autumn evening, as the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled from chimneys, and the wind chimes hanging from every eave played their gentle melodies, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. Well, not all of them. The constellation known as the Silver Swan, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed the shape of a swan in flight, was missing entirely from the heavens. In its place was a patch of empty, dark sky that seemed to swallow the moonlight. The next morning the village awoke to whispers and wonder. Old maps were unfurled in the town square, and elders squinted at parchments that showed the positions of stars from centuries past. No one could recall such a thing ever happening before. Some thought it an omen, others believed it a trick of the clouds. But Anya, with her curious heart and keen eyes, noticed something else. The flowers in her window box, usually a cheerful sun yellow, had turned a soft, shimmering silver overnight, the same silver of the missing stars. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the thatched roofs and leaves outside, Anya decided to investigate. She pulled on her warmest woolen cloak, its hood lined with rabbit fur, and stepped out into the misty air. Her first stop was the home of Elder Bram, the village stargazer, who lived in a crooked little house filled with telescopes and star charts. "The silver swan is gone, child," he murmured, shaking his head as he peered through a brass spyglass. "But look, the other constellations remain unchanged. It's as if those 7 stars decided to take a holiday." Anya frowned thoughtfully. "Elder Bram, have you noticed anything else unusual lately?" The old man tapped his chin. "Well, now that you mention it, the town clock struck 6 times at 7 o'clock last evening. Backwards, you might say, and my morning tea went cold the moment I poured it. Very odd indeed." Thanking him, Anya continued her walk, the rain now a soft drizzle that made the world glisten. She passed by the village baker, who was scratching his head over a tray of burnt scones. "They were perfect a moment ago," he sighed. Then, poof, burnt to a crisp, as if time jumped ahead. Anya's ears perked up. Time jumping. Backwards clocks. Silver flowers. It had to be connected. That evening she sat by her crackling fireplace, a quilt wrapped around her shoulders, and hummed an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. "When the swan takes flight from the velvet night, and time flows like a stream, seek the place where shadows dance, by the light of a silver dream." Could it be a clue? Anya had always thought it just a sweet rhyme, but now it seemed to hint at something more. The next day, she decided to follow the rhyme's advice. The place where shadows dance, that had to be the old willow grove at the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled through leaves in shifting patterns. With a small satchel of oat cakes and a flask of spiced apple cider, Anya ventured into the woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and pine. Wind chimes hanging from low branches, left by previous travelers, tinkled softly in the breeze. As she walked, she noticed more oddities: a stream that seemed to flow uphill for a few feet before correcting itself, and mushrooms that glowed with a faint silver light. Deep in the willow grove, she found something extraordinary. There, nestled between the roots of the oldest tree, was a small, trembling creature, no larger than her hand. It had fur the color of moonlight and eyes like liquid starlight. It was shivering, and with each shudder, the air around it flickered. A tiny silver star would appear and vanish above its head. "Hello there," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly. "You look lost." The creature, a starling, she realized, a being she'd only read about in old tales, looked up with wide, fearful eyes. "I am," it squeaked. "I fell from the Silver Swan constellation when a gust of cosmic wind blew too strong. I've been trying to get back, but every time I try to fly, I disrupt things. Time, colors, light, it's all connected to a star folk." So that was it. The missing stars weren't missing. One was simply earthbound and causing gentle chaos with its distress. Anya sat with the starling for a long while, sharing her oatcake and listening to its story. It had been trying to find a way back home, but grew weaker with each failed attempt. The silver flowers, the backwards time, the burnt scones, all were side effects of its magical energy leaking into Glimmerbrook. I remember the rhyme now, the starling said softly. By the light of a silver dream, that means I need starlight to regain my strength, but not just any starlight. I need the light of a kind heart reflected in something silver. Anya thought for a moment, then smiled. The village well, she said. Its bucket is made of polished silver, and on a clear night it reflects the stars perfectly. Carefully she carried the starling back to Glimmerbrook, where the villagers had gathered in the square, murmuring about the strange occurrences. When they saw Anya with the tiny celestial being, their fear turned to wonder. Together they devised a plan. As night fell, they polished the silver bucket until it shone like a mirror. They placed it by the well, right where the moonlight could catch it. Then one by one they held out lanterns, not to light the darkness, but to reflect their own warmth and kindness into the silver surface. The starling perched on the edge of the bucket, and as it gazed into the shimmering reflection, a pool of starlight and human kindness, it began to glow brighter and brighter. The silver flowers in Anya's window box lifted their faces, and all across the village, time righted itself with soft, whirring clicks. The clock tower chimed 7 times, perfectly in tune. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the starling rose into the air, growing brighter and larger until it was a brilliant star once more. It soared upward, returning to its place in the constellation, and the silver swan was whole again, shining more brightly than ever before. The villagers cheered, not with loud shouts, but with soft laughter and embraces. They had faced a mystery not with fear, but with curiosity and empathy, and in doing so, they had helped a lost friend find its way home. That night, as Anya lay in her bed, listening to the gentle rain and the distant wind chimes, she looked out her window and smiled. The silver swan glowed peacefully in the sky, and the flowers in her window box had returned to their sunny yellow, though now at their centers there was a faint, permanent silver sparkle, a reminder of the night their kindness lit up the heavens. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that some mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer together, under the same sky, in the same gentle, starlit peace. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with warm lamplight, lived a quiet child named Leo. The cottage had been in their family for generations, and every corner held whispers of stories past. But the place Leo loved most was the attic, a dusty, shadowy space filled with forgotten treasures and the gentle scent of old wood and memories. One rainy afternoon, with drops pit-patting against the window panes like tiny fingertips, Leo decided to explore the attic more thoroughly than ever before. Under the soft glow of a hanging lantern, between a stack of yellowed books and a basket of woolen blankets, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a small wooden music box, carved with intricate patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. Its surface was worn with age, but it hummed with a strange, gentle warmth. With a soft click, Leo opened the lid. Instead of a melody, a soft, silvery light spilled out, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "I have been waiting for you." Leo started, nearly dropping the box. "Who's there?" they whispered, their voice barely a breath. "The keeper of stories," the voice replied. "This music box does not play songs, it plays memories, but it has been silent for many years and its magic is fading. To restore it, you must find 3 lost harmonies, the laughter of a friend, the comfort of a stranger, and the courage of your own heart." Leo's eyes widened. They were not usually one for adventures, preferring the safety of books and familiar corners. But the music box seemed to pulse with hope, and its light wrapped around their fingers like a promise. And so, with the music box tucked safely in their pocket, Leo's journey began, not across mountains or seas, but through the landscape of their own quiet bravery. Their first guide was an old tortoise-shell cat named Barnaby, who often napped in a sunbeam on the attic stairs. He stretched lazily as Leo descended, his purr rumbling like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Off on an adventure are we," he mused, blinking amber eyes. "I may be old, but I know a thing or two about finding what's lost." Barnaby led Leo to the village square, where children were chasing each other, their laughter ringing like bells. "The laughter of a friend is close," Barnaby said, curling his tail thoughtfully. "But it isn't about volume, you know, it's about sincerity." They approached a little girl named Maya, who was sitting alone on a bench, looking sadly at a broken jump rope. Leo hesitated, their usual shyness rising like a wall. But the music box pulsed gently, encouraging them. "Would you like help with that?" Leo asked softly. Maya looked up, surprised. With patience and clever fingers, Leo tied the rope back together, and soon the two were jumping and laughing, a true, bright sound that seemed to make the very air sparkle. As they laughed, a shimmering, golden note floated from Maya's smile and settled into the music box with a soft ping. One harmony found. Next, Barnaby led them to a small bakery at the corner of a cobblestone street. The air was rich with the smell of cinnamon and warm bread. "The comfort of a stranger," the cat murmured, leaping onto a windowsill. "Sometimes it appears where you least expect it." Inside, an elderly baker was wiping flour from her brow. Her eyes were kind, but her hands trembled slightly as she placed loaves into baskets. Leo watched quietly, then noticed a small bird had flown in and was trapped, fluttering anxiously near the ceiling. Without a word, Leo found a broom and gently guided the bird toward an open window. The baker watched, her worried expression softening into a smile. "Thank you, dear," she said, her voice as warm as her oven's. "It's a small thing, but you've brought comfort to us both." She handed Leo a freshly baked muffin, still warm from the oven. As Leo accepted it, a soft, amber glow drifted from the baker's hands into the music box, which chimed gently this time, like a distant bell. Two harmonies found. Now only one remained, the courage of your own heart. And for this, Barnaby could not guide them. "This part of the journey," he said, rubbing against Leo's leg, "you must walk alone." Leo returned home as evening settled, painting the sky in hues of lavender and soft orange. The cottage was quiet, but the attic felt different now, less dusty, more welcoming. Leo sat cross-legged on the rug, the music box open in their lap. Its light was brighter now, swirling with gold and amber, but it still waited for that final, silvery note of courage. Leo thought about the day, how they had spoken to Maya, helped the baker, listened to the wise old cat. Each step had required a deep breath, a quiet gathering of bravery they hadn't known they possessed. Taking one more breath, Leo closed their eyes and whispered, "I may be small and I may be quiet, but I am brave in my own way." And from their own chest, a soft, silver light emerged, warm and steady, and drifted into the music box. With a sound like 100 gentle bells, the music box began to play. But it wasn't a tune of notes, it was a melody of memories. Leo heard their grandmother's laughter, the crackle of long-ago fires, the rustle of turning pages, and the whisper of kind words spoken through generations. The attic seemed to sigh in contentment, and even the shadows looked friendly now. Barnaby purred loudly from his perch on a trunk, and outside, the first stars began to gleam like diamonds scattered on dark velvet. Leo realized that the greatest adventures aren't always about going far away. They are about listening closely, loving bravely, and discovering that magic often lives in the most ordinary of places, waiting for a willing heart to find it. And as the music played on, wrapping the room in a soft, glowing harmony, Leo knew that this was only the beginning of many gentle adventures to come. With the music box cradled in their hands and a purring cat at their side, Leo smiled, feeling for the first time that the world was not so large and frightening after all, but rather cozy and kind and full of secret songs just waiting to be heard. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, striding his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds. Bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses, Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted thin firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In the quiet village of Evenfall, nestled between the Whispering Woods and the Starfall River, there was a peculiar sort of magic that settled over the cobblestone streets every evening. It wasn't the kind of magic that roared or flashed, but rather the sort that hummed softly in the background, the gentle chime of the clock tower marking each hour with silver bells, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets with the wind, and the way the fireflies seemed to dance in time with some unheard melody. The villagers of Evenfall were accustomed to small wonders. Their flowers sometimes changed color overnight, their cats could understand 3 languages, and their bread always rose perfectly no matter the weather. But lately something unusual had been happening, something that even the oldest residents found peculiar. It began with the stars. Not all of them, mind you. Just one particular constellation, known as the Silver Harp, which normally shone directly above the village square every night at 8 o'clock. Over the past week, the stars forming the harp had begun disappearing, one by one, until only 3 remained where there should have been 7. This would have been concerning enough, but another strange occurrence accompanied the vanishing stars. Every evening precisely at 7, the hands on the village clock tower would pause for exactly 7 minutes, then slowly begin turning backwards until they reached 6:45, before resuming their normal forward motion. During these 50 minutes, the rain, which fell gently every evening in Evenfall, would appear to rise back up into the clouds, and the scent of freshly baked cinnamon bread from the village bakery would reverse its path through the streets, returning to the ovens from which it came. Most villagers simply accepted these happenings with the same calm acceptance they afforded all of Evenfall's quirks. But a young woman named Elara, who tended the village's moonflower garden, found herself particularly intrigued. She had always been observant, noticing which flowers bloomed first after winter, which birds built their nests where, and how the sunlight fell differently through the stained glass windows of the library each season. One evening, as Elara watered her moonflowers, which had begun glowing a faint lavender instead of their usual silver, she heard the clock tower chime 7 times. The last note hung in the air longer than it should have, shimmering like visible sound. Then, as had become customary, the clock hands paused. Elara watched as Mrs. Higgins, the baker's wife, walked backwards out of her shop, the delicious scent of cinnamon retreating with her. Mr. Abernathy, the postmaster, slowly reversed his steps from the mailbox to his front door. And high above, Elara noticed with a soft gasp, one of the remaining stars in the Silver Harp constellation winked out entirely. She decided then that she would solve this gentle mystery. The next morning, Elara visited the village library, a circular building with a domed ceiling painted to mirror the night sky. The librarian, an elderly man named Finnegan with spectacles that magnified his kind eyes, was rearranging books that had apparently reshelved themselves overnight. "Good morning, Elara," he said without looking up. "The astronomy section is particularly restless today. The books keep migrating to the poetry aisle." "Mr. Finnegan," Elara began, "have you noticed the stars disappearing?" Finnegan peered at her over his spectacles. "I have indeed, and the clock and the rain and the cinnamon scent. Not to mention my tea has been cooling rather than warming itself lately. Most peculiar. Do you think there might be something in the old village records, some explanation for what's happening?" Finnegan gestured toward a dusty corner where scrolls and leather-bound journals were kept. "You're welcome to look, though I should warn you. Those records have a tendency to show you what you need rather than what you're looking for." Elara spent the morning poring over the ancient documents. She found birth records, weather journals, and accounts of particularly spectacular sunsets, but nothing about disappearing stars or backwards time. Just as she was about to give up, a small, unbound piece of parchment slipped from between the pages of a gardening manual. On it was written a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the harp loses its silver strings, and backwards the clock tower rings. When colors shift and scents retreat, follow the path where light and shadow meet. Seek what was lost in memories deep, where the silent forest secrets keep." Elara read the rhyme 3 times, committing it to memory. "Follow the path where light and shadow meet," she murmured. That sounded like something to do with twilight, that magical hour when day and night embraced. That evening, as the clock struck 7 and the world began its gentle reversal, Elara stood in the village square watching carefully. She noticed something she hadn't before. A path of shimmering light appeared between the clock tower and the edge of the whispering woods, visible only during those 15 minutes when time flowed backwards. The path seemed to be made of starlight and shadow intertwined. The next day, Elara followed her first clue. She visited the clock tower first, climbing the spiraling staircase to the mechanism room where giant gears turned with quiet precision. The clock-keeper, a woman named Beatrice with hair the color of moonlight, was polishing the brass gears with a soft cloth. "Hello, dear," Beatrice said without turning around. "Come about the backwards ticking, I presume." "Yes," Elara said. "Has this ever happened before?" Beatrice shook her head. "Not in my lifetime, but my grandmother used to tell stories about the Great Remembering, a time when the village had to recover something precious it had forgotten. She said the stars would dim and time would stutter until what was lost was found again. What was lost? Elara asked eagerly. Beatrice smiled gently. That, my dear, is the question, isn't it? My grandmother never said, only that the answer would be different each time. Elara thought about the nursery rhymes line, seek what was lost in memories deep. Perhaps she needed to talk to the oldest residents of Evenfall. Her next visit was to the Starfall River, where an ancient turtle named Orion, who was rumored to be as old as the village itself, sunbathed on a smooth stone. The water of the river flowed with tiny, sparkling lights that resembled fallen stars. Orion, Elara said respectfully, have you noticed the stars disappearing from the silver harp? The turtle slowly opened one eye. I have, he said in a voice like stones rubbing together underwater. But stars cannot truly disappear, they can only be forgotten. Forgotten. Elara knelt by the riverbank. How does one forget a star? Not the star itself, Orion explained, but what it represents. Every star in our sky holds a memory, a story, a promise, a moment of kindness. When the memory fades, so does the star. Elara thought about this. So if the silver harp is disappearing, it means we're forgetting something important. Orion dipped his head in a slow nod. Something the village needs to remember. This gave Elara an idea. She spent the next 2 days visiting every villager, asking them about their memories, particularly any connected to the number 7, since 7 stars were missing, and the strange happenings lasted 7 minutes. Mrs. Higgins remembered that 7 years ago, her cinnamon bread had won first prize at the Harvest Festival. Mr. Abernathy recalled that exactly 7 generations of his family had served as postmasters. The children at the schoolhouse proudly informed Elara that 7 of them had lost their first teeth this month. These were delightful discoveries, but none seemed connected to the disappearing stars. Then Elara had another thought. What if the memories weren't personal but collective? What if the village had forgotten something they once shared? She returned to the library and asked Finnegan if there were any community events that had happened exactly 7 years ago. Finnegan's magnified eyes blinked slowly. 7 years ago, let me think. That was the year we stopped holding the Starlight Festival. It used to be our most beloved tradition. Everyone would gather in the square, share stories under the stars, and the children would play harps while the adults sang songs of gratitude. Why did we stop? Elara asked. Finnegan adjusted his spectacles. If I recall correctly, it was because of a particularly rainy season. The festival was canceled for 3 years in a row, and somehow we never started it up again. People found other ways to spend their evenings, I suppose. Elara felt a tingle of excitement. The silver harp constellation, the backwards time, the retreating rain, it all seemed connected to this forgotten festival. That evening, as the clock began its backwards dance, Elara stood in the village square with a new understanding. She watched as the rain lifted back into the clouds, as the cinnamon scent retreated to the bakery, as the villagers moved in reverse, and she realized they weren't just moving randomly. They were retracing their steps from 7 years ago, from the last Starlight Festival. The path of light and shadow appeared again, and this time Elara followed it, not to the edge of the woods, but to the center of the village square, where it formed a perfect circle. In the center of that circle, barely visible, shimmered the faint outline of a harp made of starlight. Elara reached out, and though her hand passed through the image, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers. And in that moment she understood. The village hadn't just forgotten a festival. They had forgotten to be grateful for their shared moments, for coming together under the stars, for the simple magic of community. The next day, Elara went from house to house again, but this time she wasn't asking questions. She was inviting everyone to a new Starlight Festival that evening. It's been 7 years, she told each villager. the stars miss our songs. At first, people were hesitant. They had evening routines, chores to finish, books to read. But something in Elara's conviction, and perhaps the peculiar happenings, convinced them to come. As twilight settled over Evenfall, something remarkable happened. The villagers began gathering in the square, carrying lanterns and blankets and musical instruments. Children brought their small harps, just as they had 7 years before. Mrs. Higgins distributed fresh cinnamon bread that steamed in the cool evening air. And Mr. Abernathy brought his grandfather's star charts to share. Then, as the clock struck 7, instead of pausing and turning backwards, it chimed 7 times with particular brilliance, and the hands continued forward. The gentle rain held off, as if waiting. And high above, one by one, the stars of the silver harp began reappearing, burning brighter with each new voice that joined the singing. Elara stood watching as the constellation completed itself, shining more brilliantly than anyone could remember. The moonflowers in her garden glowed their proper silver again, and the scent of cinnamon bread wafted properly through the streets, forward in time like it should. Finnegan approached her, his spectacles gleaming in the starlight. "You solved the mystery," he said softly. Elara smiled. "The village solved it together. We just needed to remember what was important." As the singing continued under the restored stars, Elara noticed something else. New stars had appeared in the sky, forming patterns no one had seen before. A baker's hat near Mrs. Higgins' favorite constellation, a book near Finnegan's usual stargazing spot, a turtle shape swimming beside Orion's river. The great remembering had not just brought back what was lost, it had added new memories to the sky, new stories to tell. And from that night on, the Starlight Festival was held every month, regardless of weather. The clock tower never turned backwards again, though it did sometimes chime in harmony with the children's harps. The rain fell gently forward, and the scents of the village drifted properly through the streets. But sometimes, if you listened very carefully as the clock struck 7, you could hear the faint echo of silver bells from a time that almost was, and see the ghost of a path where light and shadow met. A reminder that some mysteries aren't meant to frighten, but to bring us back to what we've forgotten to cherish. And in the village of Evenfall, under a sky now filled with remembered and new stars, everyone slept a little more peacefully, knowing that their stories were written in the heavens, and their community was held together by the gentle magic of shared gratitude. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kalen was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kalen himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kalen extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kalen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kalen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kalen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kalen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kalen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kalen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kalen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streak past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kalen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kalen's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kalen and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kalen's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart-pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. Your light's dimming too, Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. The shadow can drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold. Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the crystal peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft, internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss." "Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says, 'Seek the Heartwood, find the light,'" he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thornkin avoid it." But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. Echo wraiths, Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here. Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it? Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies. Luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwoods spread through the vale like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the vale, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the vale within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the vale's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the veil, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who often felt as small and unnoticed as the pebbles along the riverbank. While other children his age raced through meadows with boisterous laughter, Kalen preferred the company of mossy stones and whispering pines. His heart beat in time with the gentler rhythms of the world, the patter of rain on leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the way morning mist clung to the hillsides like a soft gray blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Kalen sat by the crackling hearth in his family's cottage. The fire popped and sighed, sending dancing shadows across the room. His grandmother, her hands busy with knitting, smiled at him over her spectacles. "You look thoughtful tonight, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I was wondering," Kalen began, tracing the grain of the wooden floor with his finger, "if there are places in this world where quiet things become important." His grandmother's needles stilled. "Oh, there are, but one must know how to look." She leaned closer, the firelight catching the silver in her hair. "Have I ever told you about the Glimmerwood?" Kalen shook his head, curling closer to the warmth. "It's said that deep in the oldest part of the forest there grows a tree whose leaves hold the last light of day. They say that if you find it, and if the tree finds you worthy, it might grant you a single ember that never goes out, a little piece of perpetual twilight." That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the image of that glowing ember filled his dreams. He saw it pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, warm against his palm, a tiny sun he could carry in his pocket. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and his warmest cloak, Kalen set out toward the ancient forest. The path was familiar at first, past the babbling brook where he sometimes skipped stones, beyond old Mr. Higgins' sheep pasture, and into the thinning woods where the trees grew taller and closer together. But soon the way became less certain. The sunlight, which had been dappling the forest floor, now struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Kalen walked until his legs ached, following no path but the one his intuition carved. Just as doubt began to creep into his thoughts like evening chill, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, golden glow emanating from behind a curtain of hanging moss. Pushing it aside, he discovered not the legendary tree, but something equally marvelous. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and upon its forehead a mark that shimmered with a soft, internal light. The fox regarded him with intelligent amber eyes, unafraid. "You're far from the beaten path," it said, its voice like the stirring of dry grass. Kalen, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "I'm looking for the tree that holds the daylight." The fox sat, wrapping its bushy tail around its paws. "Many seek it, few understand what they're truly looking for. I am Ember," it said, the glow on its forehead pulsing gently as it spoke. "I was once like you, a seeker. The tree granted my wish to become a guardian of these woods. Can you help me find it?" Kalen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember tilted its head. "I can guide you, but the journey will change you, as all true journeys do. The path to understanding is never the same path one walks in." And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet boy and a mystical fox. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Ember taught Kalen to listen, not just with his ears, but with his entire being. "Hear how the birch leaves tremble in a different rhythm than the oak," Ember would say. "Notice how the light changes quality near the willow grove. Every living thing has its own song." Kalen learned to distinguish the subtle music of the forest, the low hum of ancient stones, the whispering chorus of roots beneath the soil, the delicate chime of spiderwebs beaded with morning dew. He began to see patterns in the lichen on north-facing rocks, to understand which mushrooms indicated underground springs, to feel the history in the gnarled bark of elder trees. Days blended into one another, marked only by the gradual deepening of their journey. Kalen shared his bread and cheese with Ember, who in turn showed him which berries were safe to eat and where the clearest water flowed. They slept beneath the stars, huddled together for warmth, with Ember's glowing mark providing comfort in the darkness. One evening, as they rested beside a stream that chuckled over smooth stones, Kalen confessed, "I used to feel invisible, like I didn't matter much." Ember's light pulsed softly. The quietest things often hold the deepest magic. The seed that grows unseen, the root that strengthens in darkness, the heart that loves without demanding attention. These are the forces that truly shape the world. The next day they arrived at a circular clearing where the air hummed with energy. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Kalen had ever seen, its bark silver white, its leaves holding the colors of sunset even though the actual sun was high overhead. This was undoubtedly the tree from his grandmother's story. As they approached, the tree's branches swayed, although there was no wind. A voice, deep and resonant like earth after rain, spoke without words, communicating directly to their hearts. "Why do you seek the everlasting ember, child of the outer world?" Kalen, who had practiced answering difficult questions during his journey, responded honestly. "I thought it would make me feel important, but now I understand that importance isn't about being noticed, it's about noticing." The tree's leaves shimmered approvingly. "You have learned well. But the ember is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility to be carried. It must be earned through service." "What service?" Kalen asked. "The forest suffers," the tree communicated, its branches drooping slightly. "A darkness has taken root in the heart of the Glimmerwood, not evil but forgetfulness. The creatures have stopped listening to each other's songs. They no longer remember how their lives are intertwined. You must help them remember." Ember nuzzled Kalen's hand. "This is the true test. The darkness manifests as a mist that dulls the senses and separates beings from one another." For 3 days and nights, Kalen and Ember traveled to the affected areas. The forgetfulness mist was indeed spreading. They found birds who had forgotten their migration songs, squirrels who couldn't recall where they'd buried their nuts, and a family of badgers who had forgotten how to dig proper tunnels. Kalen discovered that his quiet nature served him well. While others might have tried to fight the mist with noise and action, he simply sat with the affected creatures, listening to their confusion. He didn't try to solve their problems, but instead helped them remember their own solutions. To the birds, he hummed the melodies he'd learned from listening to the wind through pine needles. Gradually they began to join in, their own songs returning like dawn after a long night. For the squirrels, he drew maps in the dirt based on patterns he'd observed in their behavior, helping them rediscover their hidden stores. With the badgers, he patiently demonstrated digging techniques he'd seen other animals use, until their muscle memory returned. Each small victory pushed the mist back slightly, but the source remained. Following Ember's guidance, they traced the forgetfulness to a cave, where a lonely mountain spirit had been weeping for centuries, its tears creating the confusion mist. "Everyone has forgotten me," the spirit mourned, its form shifting like smoke. "Once the forest creatures would bring me stories and songs. Now I am alone." Kalen approached without fear. "I will remember you," he said simply, "and I will tell others to remember." He sat at the cave entrance and began to sing, a simple song about the interconnectedness of the forest, about how every creature, every plant, every stone had value and was remembered by the world. Ember joined in, its glowing mark brightening the cave. One by one the creatures they had helped arrived, adding their voices to the chorus. The mountain spirits form solidified into something resembling starlight and moss. Its weeping ceased and the mist began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle, golden light that spread through the forest. When they returned to the twilight tree, it greeted them with branches outstretched. "You have done what many could not. You healed with listening rather than force, with remembrance rather than conquest." From its highest branch, a single leaf detached and floated down, transforming as it fell into a softly pulsing ember that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire and the colors of sunset. It settled into Kalen's open palm, warm but not hot, light as a feather. "This is now yours to safeguard," the tree communicated. "It will light your way, but its true purpose is to remind you, and those you share it with, that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that remembering one another is among the most powerful magics." The journey back felt both the same and entirely different. The forest Kalen had helped heal now seemed to recognize him. Trees bent their branches slightly as he passed. Animals paused to nod in gratitude. Flowers turned their faces toward the ember's gentle light. When he finally emerged from the forest edge near his home, the first stars were peppering the twilight sky. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You found it," she said, her eyes on the glowing ember in his hand. "I found more than that," Kalen replied, Ember sitting faithfully at his side. That night, as Kalen lay in his own bed, the ember pulsed softly on his bedside table, casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. He realized the journey had indeed transformed him, not by making him important in the way he'd imagined, but by teaching him that importance grew from connection, from listening, from remembering. Ember curled at the foot of his bed, its glowing mark synchronizing with the ember's rhythm. "The forest will always remember you," the fox whispered, "and I will always be your friend." Kalen smiled, feeling a peace deeper than any he'd known. He understood now that the magical object wasn't the destination, but the reminder, a tangible representation of the light we carry for each other, the memories we preserve, the friendships that warm us from the inside out. As sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the ember's glow seemed to fill the room with soft, golden warmth. The last thing Kalen heard was the distant, familiar crackle of the hearth downstairs, and Ember's contented sigh as the fox too drifted into dreams. And in that space between waking and sleeping, in the gentle embrace of the light he'd earned not through conquest but through compassion, Kalen understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in distance traveled, but in the depth of connection forged, and that sometimes the quietest among us hold the most luminous magic of all. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves stranded, far from the familiar skies of their homeworlds. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting hues that danced across their gelatinous forms. His name was Azul, and when he was anxious, as he very much was now, he turned the pale blue of a twilight sky. He had been collecting samples of iridescent moss from asteroid fields when his ship's crystal drive fractured, sending him spiraling down to Lumen's surface. The second was a creature from the world of Symphonia, where thoughts were expressed through delicate, bell-like harmonies that chimed from the delicate filaments growing along her arms. Her name was Lyra, and her current song was a worried, minor-key melody that fluttered like a trapped moth. She had been charting sonic patterns in nebulae when an unexpected solar flare scrambled her navigation crystals, leaving her vessel nestled between Lumen's silvery dunes. They discovered one another at the edge of a vast, crystalline forest, where trees of amethyst and quartz caught the light of 3 small suns and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the ground. Azul, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a startled shade of violet. Lyra in turn chimed a high, surprised note that echoed through the crystals. At first, their differences seemed impossible to bridge. When Azul tried to express his peaceful intentions by glowing a soft sunrise orange, Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning and responded with a defensive, sharp C-sharp that made the nearby crystals vibrate. When Lyra attempted to share her loneliness through a gentle, descending melody, Azul read it as sadness and turned a melancholy indigo, which Lyra then mistook for disapproval. But necessity is the mother of connection, and as Lumen's nights grew cold, with temperatures that turned the very air to shimmering frost, they realized they would need to work together to survive. They found shelter in a great geode cave, its walls lined with glowing cyan crystals that pulsed with a gentle, innate warmth. Here, they began to build their safe space. Azul, with his malleable form, could squeeze into narrow crevices to gather clusters of warm light crystals, while Lyra, with her precise harmonic abilities, could test the structural integrity of the cavern by singing certain frequencies that made the walls hum in response. Slowly, a friendship began to blossom in that crystalline haven. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful fusion of color and sound. Azul would glow in patterns that Lyra learned to interpret like musical notes, while Lyra's harmonies took on hues that Azul could understand as emotions. A soft green glow accompanied by a lilting melody meant, "I found fresh water." A pulsing gold light paired with a warm major chord meant, "You are safe with me." One afternoon, as they worked together lining the floor with soft moss Azul had collected, a misunderstanding arose that would become one of their fondest memories. Lyra noticed that Azul had arranged the moss in careful, concentric circles. To her, circles were a symbol of containment on Symphonia, used only for things that were dangerous or needed to be restricted. She chimed a concerned sequence of notes, her filaments trembling. Azul, sensing her distress, flushed a confused lavender. He had arranged the circles because on Chroma, circles represented unity and protection, the shape of their communal nests. He glowed a bright, questioning yellow. For a moment they simply looked at one another, unable to comprehend the other's concern. Then Lyra hesitantly sang a questioning phrase that meant, "Why confine?" while gesturing to the circles. Azul's form shifted to a realization of soft pink, and he pulsed a pattern that meant, "Not confine, embrace." Understanding dawned in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. She responded with a chuckle that came out as a series of bubbling, joyful notes, while Azul shimmered with laughter in ripples of gold and silver. They spent the rest of that day teaching each other about their cultural symbols, Lyra singing stories of symphonian traditions, while Azul illustrated them in bursts of color across his form. As days turned into weeks, their crystalline cave became more than just shelter, it became a home. They cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi that cast a soft blue glow in the evenings. They discovered that by combining their abilities, they could create beautiful displays of light and sound that danced across the geode walls. Lyra would sing a melody, and Azul would interpret it in swirling colors that pulsed in time with her music. But their favorite ritual came each evening, when Lumen's 3 suns would set and the stars emerged in breathtaking multitudes. They would settle near the cave entrance, where the crystal ceiling opened to the sky, and watch the cosmos together. During these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering tune that spoke of longing and wonder, while Azul would glow in deep blues and purples that mirrored the nebulas swirling above. They found comfort in the shared silence between notes, in the gentle fade of one color into another. They learned that friendship needed no translation when it was felt in the soul. One evening, as a shower of shooting stars streaked across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed a familiar constellation, the Northern Lyre, which guided travelers home in her culture. She sang a hopeful, rising melody and pointed upward. Azul followed her gaze and recognized the pattern too, On Chroma, they called it the Cascade of Tears, but it signaled the same thing, a path to the wormhole that connected this sector to their inhabited galaxies. They looked at each other, and without any need for light or sound, they understood the mixture of emotions between them, the joy of possible rescue, the sorrow of impending separation. Azul glowed a bittersweet blend of sunset orange and twilight blue. Lyra answered with a chord that was both happy and sad, like sunlight through rain. Together, they devised a plan. Using the natural amplifier qualities of the geode cave, Lyra sang a powerful, sustained note tuned to the emergency frequency of interstellar vessels, while Azul focused his entire being into a brilliant beacon of light that pulsed in a distress pattern known across the star systems. For 3 days they continued their signal, taking turns to rest and sustain their efforts. On the 4th evening, as they sat watching the stars as usual, a new light appeared among them, a soft, pearlescent ship that descended gracefully toward Lumen. The rescue vessel was from a neutral exploration guild, its crew familiar with many species. The captain, a gentle being with kind eyes and translating crystals embedded in her antennae, explained that they had detected both a sonic and visual distress call of remarkable harmony and intensity. As preparations were made for departure, Azul and Lyra lingered in their crystalline home one last time. They knew their paths would now diverge, Azul returning to Chroma's color-drenched oceans, Lyra to Symphonia's singing forests. But instead of sadness, they felt gratitude. Azul glowed in a pattern he had created just for Lyra, a swirling dance of colors that meant, "You are my star-made friend." Lyra responded with a melody she had composed for Azul, a song that translated to "Your light will always guide me." The captain, watching them, offered a solution. The Exploration Guild maintained a neutral space station called the Harmony Nexus, where beings from different worlds could meet to share knowledge and friendship. She extended them both an open invitation. As they boarded the rescue ship, Azul and Lyra shared one last look at their crystalline cave, now glowing softly in Lumen's twilight. They knew it would remain there, a testament to friendship forged across worlds, waiting for any other travelers who might need shelter. Years later, on the Harmony Nexus, there is a particular observatory dome that is always filled with color and music. Here, a being of shifting hues and a creature of gentle harmonies often meet to watch the stars together. They have taught many others how to communicate beyond words, how to build bridges instead of barriers, and how the universal language of kindness needs no translation. And sometimes, when the station orbits through a particularly beautiful nebula, they can still be found side by side, one glowing in soft patterns, the other humming a quiet tune, remembering their time in a crystalline cave on a forgotten moon, where two strangers learned that friendship is the truest shelter in any universe. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions, his grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. "None listen." The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire, from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the Sea of Whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. "You mended more than the pearl, you wove 2 worlds with kindness." As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. "The sea isn't hungry," he declared. "It's grieving." He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. "That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it?" Finn smiled, touching the moonstone. "It sought the heart's true harbor." Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise, where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. In the heart of the Whispering Glen, where ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming night-blooming jasmine, there lay a village so nestled among the hills that it seemed to be cradled by the very earth itself. Here the days were painted with the gentle hues of sunlight filtering through leaves, and the nights were embroidered with a tapestry of stars so bright they felt close enough to touch. The villagers, a kind-hearted lot who tended to their gardens and shared stories by firelight, lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. But lately a peculiar happening had begun to stir the glen with a whisper of mystery, one that tugged at the curiosity of all who dwelled there. It started on an evening when the sky was particularly clear, and the constellations hung like diamond dust scattered by a generous hand. Finn, a young soul with eyes that held the wonder of the world and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves, was sitting on the porch of his cottage, tracing the familiar patterns above. He knew the stars as old friends, the steadfast North Star, the playful arc of the Little Dipper, and the graceful sweep of Cassiopeia. But that night, as the clock tower in the village square chimed 9 times with a deep, resonant tone that echoed through the glen, Finn noticed something amiss. A small, twinkling star from the constellation of Lyra, when he had always greeted with a smile, had vanished without a trace. At first he thought it might be a trick of the clouds or the gentle rain that had fallen earlier, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. But night after night more stars began to disappear, one by one, as if being plucked from the sky by an unseen hand. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, not with fear, but with a growing curiosity that hung in the air like the fragrance of damp earth after a shower. Wind chimes, crafted from polished stones and hollow reeds, tinkled softly in the breeze, their melodies mingling with the concerned murmurs. Some said it was the work of a mischievous spirit, while others whispered of old tales where the stars danced away for a season. But Finn, with his keen observation, felt that there was more to it, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Driven by a sense of empathy for his worried neighbors and a deep love for the glen's tranquility, Finn decided to investigate. He began by spending his evenings perched on a moss-covered log near the edge of the village, notebook in hand, sketching the sky and noting each missing star. His method was gentle. He did not rush or alarm anyone, but instead listened to the stories of the elders and the laughter of the children, hoping to find clues in the everyday rhythms of life. One afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering on the leaves like a lullaby, Finn sought shelter in the village library, a cozy building filled with shelves of weathered books and the scent of old paper. There he met an elderly woman named Maeve, who spent her days mending quilts and humming nursery rhymes passed down through generations. When Finn mentioned the vanishing stars, Maeve's eyes twinkled with memory. "Ah, the stars have their own stories," she said, her voice as warm as embers. "Did you know there's an old rhyme the children sing? It goes. When the clock tower chimes and the rain kisses the ground, the stars play hide-and-seek without a sound. Look to the map where the rivers twine, for secrets sleep in the constellations line. Finn's heart leaped. This felt like a clue woven into the fabric of their culture. He thanked Maeve and hurried to study an ancient map of the glen that hung on the library wall, faded with age. The map showed the winding paths of the forest, the meeting points of streams, and markings that resembled star patterns. As he traced the lines, he noticed that the rivers indeed twined in a way that mirrored the constellation of Lyra, the very one where the first star had vanished. Could it be that the stars were linked to the land itself? With this insight, Finn ventured into the woodland glen, following the path suggested by the map. The forest was alive with ambient sounds, the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hours, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the occasional drip of rainwater from the branches. He walked for hours, his steps light on the soft moss, until he came upon a clearing where a peculiar sight greeted him. A patch of flowers that changed color with the shifting light, from violet at dawn to silver under the moon. It was a delightful discovery, but Finn sensed it was a red herring, a beautiful distraction, for the flowers, while magical, held no direct link to the stars. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a soft weeping from behind a thicket of ferns. Pushing aside the leaves, he found a young girl named Piper, who tended to the glen's beehives. Her face was streaked with tears, and she explained that her favorite beehive, which produced honey that shimmered like starlight, had been disturbed, and the bees were restless. Finn, using his empathy, sat with her and listened. Piper revealed that she had seen strange lights in the sky on the nights the stars disappeared, but she feared no one would believe her. This was another clue, but it also felt like a misdirection. The lights might be unrelated, yet Finn made a note of it, promising to help Piper with her bees another day. Returning to the village, Finn shared his findings with the community. The villagers, intrigued, gathered in the square under the soft glow of lanterns. They decided to work together, combining their knowledge. Old maps were unrolled, nursery rhymes were recited, and children drew pictures of the sky. It was then that Finn remembered something Maeve had said about the constellation patterns being tied to the glen's history. He proposed that they hold a vigil that night, observing the sky from different points along the river twines. As dusk fell, the entire village spread out along the banks of the streams, with Finn leading a group to the highest hill. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of wind chimes and the occasional hoot of an owl. Then, as the clock tower chimed midnight, something miraculous happened. The missing stars began to reappear, not in the sky, but reflected in the still waters of the river junctions, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Finn realized the truth. The stars weren't vanishing. They were being borrowed by the glen itself, as part of an ancient celestial event where the water mirrored the heavens, creating a double sky for a brief period each year. The phenomenon was mentioned in an old tale forgotten over time, a way for the land to renew its magic. The resolution brought the community closer than ever. They organized a stargazing festival, celebrating the glen's hidden wonders. Piper's bees, calmed by the collective joy, produced honey that tasted of moonlight, and Maeve taught the children new rhymes about the stars' playful nature. Finn, through his observation and empathy, had not only solved the mystery, but had reminded everyone of the beauty in working together. As the night deepened, the stars shone brightly once more, and the villagers returned to their cottages, their hearts full. Finn sat on his porch, listening to the gentle rain begin again, and knew that in the whispering glen, every mystery was a thread in the cozy blanket of community, weaving a story that would linger in dreams for generations to come. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words. Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight. Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. "So many questions, but no answers fit," she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. "The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper." Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. "You woke me not with force," it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, "but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done." The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. "Plant these where shadows kiss the light," whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Elara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Elara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Elara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. But mice don't shred moonbeam charms. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the whispering woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. Ah, little observer, he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. Trouble in the valley, I scent it on the wind. Sit, warm your bones. Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between. He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets. So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints, no larger than her thumbnail, dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. Too deep, always too deep, whimpered one, its wings drooping. The heartnut must find soil before the roots turn to dust. Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting. Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. Please, she whispered. I won't hurt you. The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see. I see you, Clara said gently. Why are you digging? The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. We never meant harm, Bramble sniffled. Only to save our home. Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. The blight, he murmured. I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach. He nudged the withered acorn Bramble carried. This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another. He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Elara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrel's devoted care. At dusk they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy, and the stars dusted the forest floor with their faint, glittering light, there existed a world that only awoke when the sun had tucked itself away. This was the domain of the night-blooming jasmine, whose fragrance hung in the air like a sweet secret, and of the moss-covered stones that remembered the footsteps of centuries. On this particular evening, a little hedgehog, his spines tipped with droplets of dew that caught the moonlight like tiny pearls, was feeling a deep and unfamiliar restlessness. His name was Pippin, and though his burrow was soft with dried ferns and thistledown, sleep would not come. A worry had nested in his heart, a fear that the gentle, constant rhythm of the forest was changing, that the familiar comforts were fading. Driven from his cozy home, he trundled along a path paved with luminous blue-green moss that glowed with a soft, internal light. Fireflies like living embers drifted lazily, blinking their silent code. The air was filled with a symphony of gentle sounds, the soft patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning to kiss the broad leaves overhead, the soothing shhhhh of the wind combing through the pine needles, and the distant, constant gurgle-babble of the storytelling stream. Pippin's journey led him to a starlit clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches arching overhead like the vault of a great, natural cathedral. In the center stood an ancient oak, so old its bark was a tapestry of deep grooves and velvety moss. This was the grandfather oak, and nestled in a crook of his great arm was a great gray owl, her feathers the color of wood smoke and moonlight. "Your footsteps speak of a heavy heart, little one," the owl said, her voice not a hoot, but a soft, resonant whisper, like stones smoothing each other in a riverbed. She was called Serena, and she was the keeper of the wood's unspoken tales. Pippin looked up, his dark eyes wide. "I am afraid, Serena, the air feels different, the world feels tired." Serena blinked her great, golden eyes slowly. "The forest is not tired, little Pippin. It is preparing to dream. Come, walk with me and listen." She glided down from her perch, her wings making not a sound, and led him to the edge of the storytelling stream. The water, dark and clear, flowed over stones worn smooth by time. As they walked, Serena taught Pippin to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. "The trees do not speak with words," she murmured. "They speak with sighs." She placed a wing against the trunk of a slender silver birch. A gentle breeze stirred, and the leaves rustled with a sound like crinkling parchment. "They are sharing the day's warmth, storing it in their roots for the colder days to come. It is a language of letting go." They came to the stream, and Serena gestured for Pippin to dip his paw into the cool water. "The water does not speak with sentences," she said. "It speaks with rhythm." Pippin listened. The babble gurgle plink was not random noise. It was a story, the story of the mountain snowmelt, the journey through dark earth, the secrets told by the rocks it had polished. It was a song of constant, gentle movement. "And the stones," Serena continued, tapping a mossy boulder with her beak. It made a soft, deep thump. "They speak with memory, they hold the echoes of all that has passed. Their language is one of patience and permanence." As they moved deeper into the woods, the bioluminescent wonders of the night unveiled themselves. Ghost mushrooms clung to fallen logs, emitting an eerie, beautiful green light that illuminated their path. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced in the distance, their glow flickering like silent laughter. The very air seemed to shimmer, and Pippin felt his worry beginning to loosen its grip, replaced by a sense of awe. "But why does it feel like an ending?" Pippin asked, watching a cascade of amber leaves spiral down from a maple tree. The rustle swish as they landed on the forest floor was one of the most peaceful sounds he had ever heard. "It is not an ending," Serena replied, guiding him to a hidden grove where the rain fell more freely, its gentle pitter-patter on the giant lily pads creating a natural lullaby. "It is a turning of the page. The forest, like you, needs its time of rest. The magic of the seasons is the magic of cycles. The vibrant energy of summer must give way to the quiet contemplation of autumn, which must surrender to the deep, dreaming sleep of winter, so that the world can be born anew in the spring." She led him to a place where the earth was soft and dark. "Watch," she whispered. A mother badger was gently nudging her sleepy cubs into their set for the long winter. A family of squirrels, their chatter soft and busy, was making final adjustments to their drays, lining them with the softest moss. There was no panic, no sadness. There was only a gentle, purposeful preparation, a yielding. It was a collective sigh of contentment. "They are not saying goodbye to the world," Serena explained. "They are trusting it. They know that under the blanket of snow the seeds are sleeping and the roots are dreaming of the sun. The greatest magic is not in constant blooming, but in knowing when to rest." Pippin finally understood. His restlessness wasn't a fear of an ending, but a resistance to a necessary pause. He had been trying to hold on to the long, lively days of summer, not realizing the profound beauty and peace that lay in the gentle surrender of autumn. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, painting the undersides of the clouds in shades of lavender and rose, Serena escorted Pippin back to the edge of his own burrow. The rainfall had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. "Remember the languages," Serena said, her form growing faint as the night began to retreat. "Listen for the sigh of the trees, the song of the stream, the memory of the stones. They will always remind you that every ending is a new beginning in disguise, and that rest is not idleness, but a sacred part of growth." Pippin crawled into his burrow, the scent of damp earth and slumbering roots enveloping him like a warm blanket. His heart, once tight with anxiety, was now full and quiet. As he curled into a ball, the gentle dripping of water from the leaves outside his entrance made a soft, rhythmic plink, 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 like a metronome counting the beats of the forest's slow, dreaming breath. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in many nights, he did not fight the approach of the colder, quieter days. Instead, he welcomed them, ready to dream alongside the seeds and the stones, trusting in the unwavering promise of renewal, soothed to sleep by the ancient, whispering lullaby of the woods. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. And old Grandfather Mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream. Steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. "Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already." Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. "Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored." As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmer flies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the whispering woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be was the word courage. Where south might have pointed it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities. Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. You can talk. The cat blinked lazily. Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey. A journey? Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. But it's raining, and supper will be soon. Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats. She nodded toward the compass. Yours has already begun. The needle trembled, still fixed on courage. Leo took a deep breath. Where do I go? Wherever the compass leads you, Saffron replied. But you won't be alone. No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. Ahem, Bartholomew Q, mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire. He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. Courage, whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. Fascinating. The needle hasn't wavered. Saffron twined around Leo's ankles. Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello. So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, hello. A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. Oh dear, murmured Bartholomew. A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament. The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, dear, gently now, and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14 3/4 inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. It's all right, Leo whispered into the well. You can hop in, we'll bring you up. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the lives again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. "You see," she purred. "You had all you needed already." Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the star-dusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. The embers in the hearth pulsed like sleepy fireflies, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree, its leaves answering with a soft shhhh. SHHHH. Tonight we journey not to distant mountains, but to a place much closer to home, the dusty, forgotten embrace of the attic. Young Leo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened more than it spoke, had been tasked with finding his grandmother's old quilt. The stairs creaked a familiar protest beneath his feet as he climbed, the air growing thick with the scent of aged paper, cedar wood, and the faint, sweet ghost of dried lavender. A single cobweb brushed his cheek like a feather as he pushed open the door, the hinges groaning a low, rusty irk. Moonlight, pale and silvery, streamed through the small, round window, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes. Boxes piled like sleeping giants, and forgotten furniture wore shrouds of white sheets. Leo's lantern beam cut through the gloom, finally settling on an old, humpback trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle with age. That's where Gran said the quilt would be. He knelt, the worn floorboards cool beneath his knees, and carefully unbuckled the straps. The lid lifted with a sigh of released air, revealing not just the promised quilt, folded neatly atop layers of yellowed letters and lace, but something else nestled beside it. It was a small, oblong box, no larger than Leo's hand, crafted from dark, polished wood inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl swirls. It looked like a tiny treasure chest forgotten by time. Intrigued, Leo lifted it out. It was surprisingly heavy for its size and cool to the touch. His fingers traced the intricate patterns until they found a tiny, almost invisible catch. With a gentle click, the lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, wasn't jewelry but a miniature scene. A perfect, tiny forest glade carved from wood and moss, complete with minuscule trees, a sparkling silver thread of a stream, and a hollowed-out acorn serving as a cottage. At its center stood a tiny figure, no taller than Leo's thumb, a little wooden badger wearing a neat waistcoat and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He held a tiny lantern. As Leo watched, utterly enchanted, the little badger blinked. Not just once, but several times, as if waking from a long sleep. He stretched, gave a minuscule yawn that sounded like the squeak of a mouse, and then peered up at Leo with bright, intelligent eyes. "Goodness gracious," the badger exclaimed, his voice surprisingly resonant for his size, like the low chime of a distant bell. Has the moon turned blue? Has the sun forgotten to rise? Or has someone finally opened the whisperwood box? He adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at Leo. "You don't look like a goblin or a grumpy gnome, bit tall for a squirrel, though. Leo, heart pounding not with fear, but with a kind of breathless wonder, managed a whisper. I'm Leo. I was just looking for a quilt. Quilt. The badger chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook. Practical, I suppose, bit drafty up here, isn't it? Percival Thistledown, keeper of the Whisperwood Glade, at your service. He gave a formal little bow. Been trapped in here since, when was it? The great dust storm of '92. Time gets rather fuzzy in a box. He tapped the side of his head thoughtfully. As Percival spoke, Leo noticed another movement. From behind a tiny carved toadstool, a flash of brilliant blue darted out. It was a tiny finch, her feathers shimmering like sapphires even in the dim light. She landed lightly on Percival's shoulder, tilting her head to examine Leo. And this, Percival said proudly, is Zephyr, bit flighty but her heart's in the right place. Usually, Zephyr, say hello to the giant. Chirrup, hello, giant. Zephyr trilled, her voice a cascade of bright, clear notes. Did you bring crumbs? It's terribly boring in the box between adventures. No worms. No seeds. Just dust bunnies, and they don't taste very nice. She fluffed her feathers indignantly. Leo couldn't help but smile. No crumbs, sorry, but what is the Whisperwood box? How did you get inside? Percival puffed out his tiny chest. It's a convergence point, lad, a tiny pocket of the Whisperwood that's the most peaceful, secret forest there ever was, mind you, anchored in this here box by old magic. My job is to tend the glade, keep the pathways clear, and ensure the Whisperwood song flows freely. His face fell slightly. Or it was, see that little silver stream? He pointed to the thread of metal. It should be sparkling, singing a soft, constant melody, but it's gone quiet, dull, like a forgotten bell. Leo leaned closer. The silver thread was dull, lifeless. Why? Blockage. Zephyr chirped urgently, hopping from foot to foot on Percival's shoulder. Upstream, a grumpy old rock fell over after the last big shake. That's when the trunk got moved, I expect, and now the songwater can't flow. The glade is getting sleepy. Sad. She drooped her head melodramatically. Percival nodded gravely. Indeed, the song sustains the Whisperwood's magic, even here in the box. Without it, well, the glade fades, we fade, just whispers on the wind. He looked up at Leo, his spectacles gleaming in the lantern light. But you open the box, that means something. The Whisperwood chooses who finds it, usually someone with quiet courage and a listening heart. Leo felt a flutter in his stomach. Courage. He wasn't brave like the heroes in storybooks. He got nervous talking to new people. What needs to be done? The blockage needs clearing, Percival explained. It's just upstream around that bend in the miniature riverbank, but the path is narrow and the rock is heavy, too heavy for me and Zephyr alone. We need, well, a giant. He looked meaningfully at Leo. The journey wasn't measured in miles, but in heartbeats. To help, Leo needed to enter the Whisperwood glade within the box. Percival instructed him to hold the box close his eyes, and breathe in the scent of old wood and lavender, listening for the almost sound of the block stream. Think small thoughts, Percival advised. Think of dandelion seeds and dewdrops. Leo did as he was told. He breathed deeply, the familiar attic scents filling his senses. He focused on the cool wood of the box against his palms, the faint, musty scent of the velvet lining. He listened beyond the rustle of the attic dust, beyond the distant tick-tock of a grandfather clock downstairs. He listened for the silence within the silence. And then he felt it. A gentle tugging sensation, like a moth drawn to a candle. He felt himself, not shrinking, but the world within the box expanding around him. When he opened his eyes, he was kneeling not on attic floorboards, but on soft, vibrant green moss. Towering over him were the miniature trees, now majestic firs and whispering willows. The silver stream, now a proper brook, gurgled sadly nearby, its waters sluggish and gray. The air hummed with a faint melancholic energy and smelled richly of damp earth and pine needles. High above, Zephyr darted like a blue spark against the twilight sky of the miniature world. Remarkable, Percival declared, now standing beside Leo's knee, looking perfectly in scale with his surroundings. You've a knack for it, lad. Right, the blockage is just beyond those ferns. He pointed with a tiny claw. The path was indeed narrow, winding alongside the brook. Leo moved slowly, carefully placing his feet to avoid crushing delicate clusters of glowing mushrooms or tiny star-shaped flowers. He could hear the distant purr of what sounded like a very contented, very small cat, though he saw nothing. The air felt safe, wrapped in the quiet magic of the place, even though the task ahead felt daunting. Around the bend, they found the problem. A smooth, gray stone, about the size of Leo's fist in this scaled-down world, had tumbled squarely into the narrowest part of the stream's channel. Water pooled uselessly behind it, stagnant and silent. See. Zephyr landed on the stone. Big grumpy lump. Leo knelt beside the brook. He tried to push the stone. It didn't budge. He tried again, grunting with effort. Still nothing. It was wedged firmly. Frustration prickled at him. He wasn't strong enough. He looked at Percival, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brute force isn't always the Whisperwood way, lad, the badger mused. This stone, it didn't mean to fall. It was just resting when the big shake happened, probably a bit embarrassed and stuck. He peered closely at the rock. Look here, see that little crevice underneath? If we could just give it a nudge there, towards the bank, rather than trying to lift it straight up. Understanding dawned. Cleverness, not muscle. Kindness, seeing the stone not as an enemy, but as something that needed help too. Leo scanned the mossy bank. He spotted a sturdy-looking twig, smooth and strong. Carefully, he picked it up. It was the perfect length. Okay, Leo whispered, more to himself than anyone. He knelt again, not pushing the stone, but gently inserting the end of the twig into the crevice Percival had pointed out. He braced the other end against a solid root on the bank. It was a lever. Zephyr, Leo said softly, could you fly down and give the top of the stone a little push, just as I press down on this stick? Chirrup, can do, giant. Zephyr zipped into position. Ready. Leo took a deep breath. He pushed down on the lever with steady, patient pressure. It creaked slightly. Zephyr fluttered her wings furiously against the top of the stone, adding her tiny strength. Percival braced his small back against the stick, pushing with all his might, letting out a determined little huff. For a moment, nothing happened. Leo kept the pressure steady, not jerking, just patiently leaning. Then, with a soft, wet slurp, the stone shifted. It rolled smoothly, almost gratefully, out of the channel and onto the mossy bank with a gentle thump. Immediately, the pooled water surged forward with a happy gurgle. It rushed over the pebbles, sparkling like liquid diamonds as it caught the ethereal light of the glade. As it flowed, a sound emerged not loud but profound. A deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a cello played very softly, intertwined with the bright tinkle-tinkle of water over stones. It was the Whisperwood's song, flowing freely once more. The effect was instant. The grayness lifted from the water, it ran clear and bright. The moss beneath Leo's knees seemed to glow greener. The tiny flowers perked up, and the air filled with a sweeter, fresher scent. High above, the purr grew louder, a comforting rumble. "Hai che," Percival exclaimed, dancing a little jig on the moss. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Patience and leverage. Knew you had the right stuff, lad. He beamed up at Leo. Zephyr zipped around Leo's head in joyful loops. The song, chirrup, hooray for the giant. Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the exertion, but from a deep sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought a dragon, but he'd helped. He'd listened, thought, and used kindness and cleverness. The glade felt alive, peaceful, and safe again. As the song strengthened, Leo felt the gentle tugging sensation return. The towering trees seemed to recede, the moss beneath him softening back into the feel of the attic rug. He blinked, finding himself back in the dusty attic, the whisperwood box open on his lap. Inside, the miniature glade was vibrant. The silver stream sparkled, and tiny lights like fireflies danced among the trees. Percival waved cheerfully from beside his acorn cottage. Zephyr did a quick happy loop-de-loop above the glade. "Thank you, Leo," Percival's voice drifted up, faint but clear, like wind chimes on a breeze. "You've mended the song. The whisperwood remembers its friends. Remember, courage often wears quiet shoes, and kindness can move mountains, or at least grumpy rocks. Visit any time. Just maybe bring a crumb or two next time. For Zephyr." "Chirrup, please," Zephyr added. Leo smiled, a wide, warm smile. He carefully closed the lid of the whisperwood box, hearing the soft click of the latch. The comforting hum-tinkle of the song seemed to linger faintly in the air around him, mingling with the crackle pop of the fireplace downstairs and the wind's gentle shh outside. He found the quilt, its familiar patchwork patterns feeling extra cozy now. As he carried both quilt and box downstairs, the tiny, magical song echoed softly in his heart, a reminder that extraordinary secrets and quiet courage could be found in the most ordinary corners, like a dusty attic, if only one remembered to listen. The hearth fire glowed, wrapping the room in warmth and light, a perfect reflection of the peaceful resolution found in a little wooden box. The last embers settled with a soft hiss, a gentle lullaby for the night. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. "Lost," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. "Not lost," Finn replied, surprising himself. "Just following the warmth." The fox tilted its head. "Warmth is a fine compass. Come, small traveler, the valley stirs." They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed, the pebbles' glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. "Beautiful, yes, but listen." A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. "The heartstone dims," the fox sighed. "Without its song, the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't." Finn learned the heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rime, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the heartstone's song. "Rime hides in the frost caves," Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. "It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found." For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures. The tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. "Rime fears it will shatter everything it touches," murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. "Even kindness." Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rime, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. "Go away," Rime whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. "I'll only bring you frost." Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. "My grandmother gave me this," he said softly. "She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing." He told Rime about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. "They miss you," he finished. "The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long." Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rime flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rime's arm, not melting the frost but softening it into dewdrops. Rime gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know," it stammered. "I thought my touch harmed." Finn smiled. "Show me." Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rime's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And Rime sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. The valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, Rime learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while Rime sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the heartstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the Val's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. "Remember," she said, "warmth returns to those who carry it." Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rosebush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle swirls of lilac and silver, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory. It was a place of soft, humming lights and crystalline windows that looked out upon the endless tapestry of space. Here, two unlikely souls found themselves drawn together by the silent call of the cosmos. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, where the very air shimmered with music. His name was Kalen, and his form was slender and graceful, with skin that shifted in color like the surface of a soap bubble catching the light. When he spoke, it was not with words but with soft, melodic hums that painted emotions in the air, a lilting tune for curiosity, a deep chord for comfort, a sparkling arpeggio for joy. His large, dark eyes reflected the stars he so loved to watch. The second was a creature from the rocky planet of Xylos, where communication happened through the gentle pulsing of light across one's skin. Her name was Nissa, and she was small and sturdy, with a hide like polished river stone that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. Her way of speaking was a silent language of light, swirls of gold for greeting, soft blue waves for calm, and sudden bursts of silver for excitement. She expressed herself in luminescent whispers. They met by chance one evening, when both had sought refuge in the abandoned observatory during a meteor shower. Kalen was curled in a corner, humming a nervous melody as streaks of light flashed outside. Nissa had taken shelter beneath a console, her skin pulsing a worried gray. For a long time they simply watched each other, one humming softly, the other glowing cautiously. It was Kalen who made the first gesture of friendship. He began to hum a gentle, repeating tune, a Lyrian lullaby meant to soothe frightened young ones. Slowly, Nissa's gray worry light softened into a tentative blue. She responded by tracing a small circle of gold light on the floor between them. And so, without a single shared word, a conversation began. Over time, the observatory became their shared sanctuary. They swept away the cosmic dust and repaired the fractured crystal panes. In the center of the main chamber, they created a garden, not of earth and water, but of starlight and memory. Kalen brought glowing spores from Lyria that bloomed into delicate, bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly when touched. Nissa cultivated crystalline plants from Xylos that absorbed starlight and glowed from within like captured constellations. Their garden became a place of wonder and gentle discovery. They learned to understand one another through patient observation. Kalen discovered that when Nissa's light patterns moved in quick, jumping dots, she was laughing. Nissa learned that when Kalen's hums dipped low and warm, he was content. They developed their own language, a beautiful blend of light and sound that expressed what words never could. Of course, there were misunderstandings. Once Nissa arranged her glowing crystals in what she intended as a welcoming pattern, a Xylosian gesture of invitation. To Kalen, the specific arrangement of lights resembled a Lyrian warning signal for approaching danger. He responded with a sharp, alarmed chord and retreated to a high platform, his skin flashing anxious oranges and reds. It took nearly an hour of gentle, repeated patterns from Nissa, soft pulses of blue and green, before Kalen understood. When realization dawned, his nervous colors softened, and he hummed a melody that combined apology and amusement. They both shared the moment, Nissa with dancing points of silver light, Kalen with warbling musical laughter. Another time, Kalen arranged the chiming flowers to create what he thought was a beautiful musical composition. Unfortunately, the specific sequence of notes happened to be the Xylosian equivalent of a deeply offensive nursery rhyme. Nissa's lights dimmed to an embarrassed mauve, and she turned away. It was only when Kalen noticed her discomfort and changed the arrangement that she turned back, her lights flickering with gentle forgiveness. These moments never caused lasting upset. Instead, they became stories they would tell each other later. Kalen with a humorous reenactment in musical notes, Nissa with playful light patterns that danced across her skin. Their differences became a source of laughter and deeper connection. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when they would sit together in their starlit garden, watching the cosmos through the great crystal dome. Kalen would hum soft, wandering melodies that seemed to harmonize with the distant pulsing of quasars. Nissa would let her skin glow in patterns that mirrored the slow dance of nebulas outside. In these moments they needed no translation. The language of the universe itself was enough. One particular evening, a rare alignment of 3 moons created a spectacle of silver light outside. They sat together on a bench woven from glowing vines, sharing a moment of perfect peace. Kalen hummed a question, a rising, curious note. Nissa responded with a soft pulse of gold, agreement. Slowly, carefully they reached out, Kalen with his shimmering hand, Nissa with her glowing one, and touched for the first time. Where their hands met, something wonderful happened. Kalen's colors brightened and swirled with new intensity, while Nissa's patterns began to pulse in time with his humming. For a breathtaking moment they understood each other completely, not through learned signals, but through something deeper. It was as if their very beings were harmonizing, creating a new language made of shared feeling rather than sound or light. They sat like that for a long time, hand in hand, watching the moons dance their ancient patterns. In that silent communion, they discovered that the greatest understanding often needs no translation, that kindness, curiosity, and companionship transcend all barriers of world or language. As the moons continued their celestial waltz, the 2 friends remained in their garden observatory, a living bridge between worlds. Kalen's colors settled into a contented, steady glow, while Nissa's patterns softened to a gentle rhythm that matched his breathing. Together they watched the stars, safe in their shared sanctuary, knowing that no matter how far from home they were, they had found something universal, the quiet miracle of friendship written in light and song across the infinite canvas of space. And in that knowing there was peace. The embers sighed their warm, crimson breath across the hearthstones, painting shifting patterns on the worn rug. Outside, a soft rain whispered secrets to the sleeping earth. Tonight snuggle close, for the story is about Theo, a boy whose heart held a quiet magic, waiting patiently to unfold. Theo lived in a cottage nestled beside the whispering woods, where the trees hummed lullabies on windy nights. He was a gentle soul, thoughtful and kind, but often felt like a tightly furled bud amidst vibrant blooms. He moved quietly, spoke softly, and sometimes, when overwhelmed, a faint, pearlescent shimmer would dance across his skin for a fleeting moment, like moonlight on water. He didn't understand it, and it made him curl inward, wrapping himself in an invisible cloak of shyness. His solace was the neglected patch of earth behind his cottage, a tangle of weeds and stubborn clay his parents called the barren corner. Theo, however, felt a strange kinship with it. He'd sit on an old, moss-covered stone, tracing patterns in the dirt with a stick, whispering stories to the unseen seeds he imagined sleeping beneath the surface. He felt like one of those seeds himself, full of potential he couldn't quite grasp. One damp afternoon, as Theo sat feeling particularly small and unseen, a peculiar warmth bloomed in his chest. It wasn't anxiety, but something softer, like the first ray of sun after rain. As the warmth spread, he noticed tiny, luminous green sprouts pushing through the hard earth right where his shadow fell. They unfurled delicate leaves that seemed to glow with an inner light. Startled, Theo touched his own cheek. It felt unusually warm, and the pearlescent shimmer flickered again, stronger this time. Was his quiet feeling growing something? The next day he returned. The little sprouts had grown taller, their leaves now of vibrant emerald. He sat beside them, the familiar cloak of shyness settling around him. Immediately the leaves seemed to dull, their glow fading. Theo frowned. He took a deep breath, remembering the warmth he'd felt. He thought of the kindness of Mrs. Willow, the baker, who always saved him the crustiest loaf end. Slowly, tentatively, he smiled. The leaves perked up, their inner light returning, brighter than before. A gasp caught in Theo's throat. The garden, it felt him. This became Theo's secret ritual. He'd visit the barren corner, now his moon garden, and tend to the glowing plants. When he felt brave enough to speak to the grumpy blacksmith's cat, a cluster of tiny bluebell-like flowers appeared, chiming softly. When he helped an elderly neighbor carry her heavy basket, sturdy vines with heart-shaped leaves burst forth, climbing the cottage wall. His own skin shimmered more frequently now, a soft silver-white light that pulsed gently, mirroring the rhythm of his breath. It wasn't frightening anymore, it felt like the quiet hum of life within him. Yet sometimes the old cloak of shyness felt heavy. One evening, overwhelmed after a day filled with loud voices and bustling crowds at the village market, he retreated to his garden. The glowing plants seemed subdued, their light dim. Theo slumped onto his mossy stone, feeling like a failure. The shimmer on his skin sputtered weakly. How could he ever truly bloom if he kept folding in on himself? Seeds don't sprout by worrying about the dark, young sapling. A voice, as soft and rich as loam, spoke beside him. Theo startled. Standing near the cottage wall was an old woman he'd never seen before. She wore a cloak woven from what looked like twilight and moss, and her eyes held the deep, patient calm of ancient roots. In her gnarled hands, she cradled a simple clay pot filled with rich, dark earth. "They simply trust the warmth when it comes," she continued, her voice like a comforting blanket. You can see it." Theo whispered, gesturing to the glowing plants and his own faint shimmer. The woman chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "I see the potential waiting beneath the surface. Like this." She gently tapped the clay pot, empty yet full of promise. "What do you suppose it needs?" Theo thought. "Soil, water, light." "Patience most of all," the woman said, setting the pot down beside him. "And a little faith, your garden," she nodded towards the glowing plants. "It reflects your heart song. Fear dims the light, acceptance lets it grow. Don't fight the unfolding, trust the process like the caterpillar trusts its chrysalis." She introduced herself as Elara, a gardener who wandered the old paths. She didn't stay long that evening, but her words settled into Theo like rich compost. Trust the unfolding. He looked at the clay pot. It felt like a symbol, an empty vessel ready for whatever he chose to grow within himself. Theo began practicing. When shyness threatened to smother him, he remembered the caterpillar in its chrysalis, quiet, patient, undergoing a necessary change. He'd take a deep breath, picturing the warmth blooming in his chest. Slowly, deliberately, he'd try small acts of courage, saying hello first, offering a compliment, sharing his thoughts. Each time his shimmer grew steadier, brighter, shifting subtly from silver white to soft, warm gold. And his moon garden responded. After he spoke confidently to the village elder about a fallen bird's nest, a magnificent sunflower unfurled, its face turning faithfully towards the hidden moon, radiating a soft golden light. One day, feeling particularly bold and joyful after fixing a broken fence for a friend, Theo noticed something extraordinary. The simple wool tunic he wore, once a drab brown, now shimmered with threads of gold and emerald green where the sunlight touched it. It wasn't just his skin anymore, his very clothing reflected his inner state. He laughed, a sound like bells, and the colors deepened, swirling like captured sunlight in a stream. Elara returned periodically, always appearing when Theo felt stuck or uncertain. She never gave direct answers, only gentle guidance, like pointing out how a tightly closed bud needed time before it could reveal its beauty, or how the strongest oak grew slowly, ring by patient ring. She taught him to listen to the subtle language of his garden, to understand that wilting leaves meant he needed rest, that vibrant new growth signaled courage. "Change isn't a storm to be weathered," she murmured one twilight as they watched fireflies dance among the glowing blooms, "but a season to be lived, breath by breath." The seasons turned. Theo's moon garden became a breathtaking sanctuary. Glowing flowers of every hue pulsed gently, vines heavy with luminous fruit climbed the walls, and soft mosses, radiating warmth like tiny suns, carpeted the ground. The once barren corner was now a beacon of gentle magic. Theo himself moved with a new quiet confidence. His shimmer was constant now, a soft golden aura that shifted hues with his emotions, calming blue when he was thoughtful, vibrant green when he felt joy, steady amber when he was calm. His clothes became living tapestries of his inner world. One crisp autumn evening, as Theo stood amidst his creation, a profound sense of peace settled over him. He felt deeply connected to the earth beneath his feet, to the glowing plants, to the quiet pulse of his own magic. He thought of the caterpillar, the seed, the long, patient journey. He thought of Elara's wisdom and the small victories that had led him here. He took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the sleeping woods. As he exhaled, a profound warmth, deeper and more radiant than ever before, blossomed from his core. It surged through him not violently, but like a gentle tide. His golden shimmer intensified, becoming almost blindingly bright for a moment. Then it softened, settling into a warm, steady light. From his shoulders, delicate structures unfurled, not wings of feather or membrane, but intricate, glowing lattices of pure golden light, shaped like the most delicate, ethereal dragonfly wings. They pulsed softly with his heartbeat, casting dancing patterns of light on the glowing leaves around him. Theo gasped, not in fear but in awestruck wonder. He felt lighter, freer, yet profoundly grounded. He wasn't a seed anymore, nor a caterpillar. He was unfolding. Elara stepped from the shadows near the cottage wall, her face a map of gentle smiles. "Ah," she breathed, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, the beautiful becoming." Theo turned, his luminous wings shimmering. What do I do now?" he asked, his voice filled with the quiet awe of dawn. Elara gestured not towards the sky, but towards the garden, towards the village beyond, towards the vast, whispering woods. "You tend the garden," she said softly. "You share your light, you help other seeds find their courage. Your transformation, young one, isn't an ending. It's the very first page of a new story." She placed a gentle hand on the clay pot, now overflowing with rich soil, and a single, determined seedling pushing towards the moonlight. "The journey continues, one patient, golden breath at a time." Theo looked at his glowing wings, at his radiant garden, at the patient seedling in the pot. He felt the steady warmth within him, the deep connection to the living world around him. He wasn't afraid. He felt ready. He took another deep, slow breath, feeling the gentle pulse of his light wings, and smiled. The garden glowed brighter in response, a silent chorus of understanding. The embers in the hearth crackled softly, casting long, comforting shadows. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the world washed clean and full of quiet promise. Theo's gentle metamorphosis was complete, and the beautiful, patient journey of his becoming had truly just begun. The cocoon had opened, revealing not just wings, but an entire world waiting to be explored with a newly opened heart. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds, and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the Locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the Locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the Locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. The fire crackled softly, its flames dancing like golden memories against the stone hearth. In the flickering light, shadows stretched and curled into shapes that almost looked like faces, like hands reaching across time. And in that warm, ancient glow, a story begins to unfold, a story of roots that run deep and remembrance that bridges generations. Lena lived in a small apartment in the city, where the stars were often hidden behind the glare of streetlights, and the past felt like something that happened to other people. She was a weaver of tapestries, her fingers skilled at threading colors into patterns, yet she often felt a peculiar emptiness, as if her own life's pattern was missing a crucial thread. One autumn afternoon, a package arrived from her grandmother's old house in the countryside, a house Lena hadn't visited since she was a child. Inside, swathed in tissue paper that smelled faintly of lavender and thyme, was a music box. It was carved from dark, rich wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Tucked beside it was a note in her grandmother's elegant script, "For you, my dear. May it help you find your song." Lena lifted the lid. Instead of a melody, the box played a soft, rhythmic ticking, like a heartbeat or the gentle fall of rain on leaves. And with that sound came a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind sighing through an unseen crack. "Remember, remember." That night, Lena dreamed. She stood in a forest she somehow knew, though she had never walked there in waking life. Ancient oaks stretched toward a sky scattered with stars clearer and brighter than any she had ever seen. A woman was waiting beneath the largest tree, her form woven from dappled moonlight and shadow. She wore a dress patterned with constellations, and her eyes held the patient depth of roots delving deep into the earth. "You've come," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Lena. I have been waiting." Waiting for what? Lena asked, her own voice small in the vast, quiet wood. "For you to listen," Elena replied. "The music box does not play a tune, it holds time. It holds stories, and it is time for you to hear them." She placed a hand on the oak's bark, and the tree seemed to hum in response. Our family has always been keepers of stories, Elara said. We are the rememberers, but remembering is not about holding on to old things. It is about understanding why they mattered and carrying their meaning forward. Then she began to sing, her voice low and soothing, a melody that wove through the dream like a silver thread. Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep, listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep the tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told. When Lena woke, the words of the lullaby lingered in her mind, gentle and persistent. The music box sat on her bedside table, silent now. But she could still feel the forest's cool breath, still see Elara's starry eyes. Over the following days, Lena found herself drawn to the music box. Sometimes, when the light hit it just right, she would catch glimpses in the mother of pearl, not her own reflection, but other faces, other places. A young woman stitching a quilt under a lantern's glow, a man charting stars onto parchment, a child learning to knead dough for bread that had been made the same way for generations. One evening, as the first winter frost painted her window pane, Lena opened the music box once more. The rhythmic ticking began, and this time she felt herself slipping not into sleep, but into a waking dream. She was no longer in her apartment. She stood in a cozy kitchen where the air smelled of yeast and honey. A woman with kind eyes and flour-dusted hands was teaching a little girl how to braid a loaf of bread. The woman hummed as she worked, and Lena recognized the melody, the same lullaby from her dream. Now, my dove, the woman said to the child, remember, the bread is not just flour and water. It is patience. It is care. It is the warmth of your hands giving life to the dough. This is your great-grandmother's recipe, but it becomes yours each time you make it with love. Lena watched, mesmerized, as the woman shaped the dough with practiced hands, her movements a dance of grace and purpose. She sang softly, knead the dough with gentle hands, as time itself like hourglass sands, through generations does softly flow. What we make with love will grow. Then the scene shifted. Lena was in a garden at twilight, where an old man was showing a boy how to plant seeds. Every seed holds a story, the man said, his voice raspy but warm. It remembers the rain that fell, the sun that shone, the hands that saved it from last year's harvest. When you plant it, you are not just growing food, you are continuing a conversation that began long before you were born. He touched the soil reverently. This is how we speak to the future, not with words alone, but with actions, with planting, with nourishing. Again the familiar lullaby wove through the air, sung by the man this time, his voice a low, steady rumble. Lena drifted through more visions, a woman mending a quilt, each patch a memory stitched together with intention. A young man learning to read the night sky, connecting stars into stories that guided travelers home. A girl listening to her grandfather's tales of kindnesses given and received, each one a pebble creating ripples across time. In every vision the same themes echoed. Heritage was not a static thing to be preserved behind glass. It was alive, breathing in the daily acts of making, nurturing, guiding, comforting. It lived in the bread shared with a neighbor, in the seeds planted for a season not one's own, in the stories told to soothe a fearful child. And always the lullaby was there, a thread connecting them all. Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep, listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep. One night, Lena found herself back in the moonlit forest with Elara. This time other figures stood among the trees, the bread maker, the gardener, the stargazer, the quilt mender. They were all smiling, their eyes holding the same gentle light. You see, Elara said, her voice blending with the whisper of the leaves. We are not just memories, we are the choices we made, the love we gave, the wisdom we passed on. The music box does not hold our voices, it holds the echo of our actions, and now it is your turn. Lena looked down at her own hands, the hands that wove tapestries but had never planted a seed, never baked bread, never guided anyone by the stars. But I don't know how, she whispered. I've spent so long feeling disconnected. What if I forget? What if I fail? The bread maker stepped forward. You already remember, she said. You have been listening. The remembering is in the doing. The gardener nodded. You do not need to live in the past to honor it. You need only live with purpose in the present. Then from among them, a figure emerged that made Lena's breath catch. It was her grandmother, looking just as she had when Lena was small, her eyes crinkled with warmth. My dear Lena, her grandmother said, I always feared you would feel alone in the city, cut off from where you came from. That is why I sent you the music box, not to tie you to the past, but to show you that you carry it with you, in your hands, your heart, your choices. She reached out and touched Lena's cheek, her fingers cool and real. I regret that I did not teach you these things myself while I had the chance. I thought there would be more time, but see, the stories find their way, the love finds its way. Lena felt a tear trace a warm path down her cheek. I miss you, she said softly. And I you, her grandmother replied. But I am not gone. I am in the bread you will bake, the seeds you will plant, the stories you will tell. I am in the lullaby you will sing to your own child one day. She began to sing, and the others joined her, their voices weaving together into a tapestry of sound that filled the forest, filled Lena's heart. Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep. Listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep the tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told. When Lena opened her eyes, she was back in her apartment, the first light of dawn tinting the sky. The music box was silent, but she could still feel the warmth of her grandmother's hand on her cheek. She rose and went to the kitchen. She found a recipe for honey oat bread, one she had never made before, and began to measure and mix. As she kneaded the dough, she hummed the lullaby, her hands learning the rhythm of emotion that was both new and ancient. She planted herbs in pots on her windowsill, whispering blessings into the soil as she had seen the gardener do. She began a new tapestry, weaving into it patterns of stars and seeds, trees and bread loaves, and all the stories she had been given. And that evening, as the fire crackled in her hearth, she opened the music box one last time. The ticking began soft and steady, but now it felt like a companion rather than a mystery. She knew she didn't need the box to remember. She carried the memories in her actions now. She closed the lid and the ticking faded. But the lullaby remained, singing softly in her heart. Years later, Lena would sit with her own daughter on her lap before a fire, weaving stories of star-guided travelers and bread that tasted of love. And she would sing the lullaby, the words now as familiar as her own breath. And sometimes in the flickering light she would see faces in the flames. Lena, the bread maker, the gardener, her grandmother, all smiling, all nodding, their legacy alive not in objects, but in the warm, daily acts of remembering and nurturing. For heritage is not a thing to be stored away. It is a seed planted in the soul, tended by love, and blooming in every kind choice, every shared story, every passed-down song. And so the roots grow deeper. And so the remembering continues.